Oh, finally. That should have fixed it. Okay. Our stream should be fixed. Uh, I apologize to everybody who was in the chat who was trying to watch this. This is my first time streaming. Uh, so I do apologize. This is kind of all new to me. I just had set this up last night and I needed to test it out. So I am very, very sorry about that. But let's get on into this. All right. So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game of the Max, and our first live stream on the channel since I've returned. And today we're going to be playing Kaiserredux, the uh, Knights Hospitaller. So we'll jump in, just load on in. We're actually going to be playing down here on the island of Malta. Yeah, this is going to be super fun. All you start with is this little tiny island with nothing to get out of it. So we start with the New Sons of Malta, which gives us a negative 20% stability, one operative slot, Intel network strength gain plus zero point 0.5, civilian intelligence to other minus 1%, agency upgrade time negative 20%, operation risk negative 40%. We get to the language questions, which is stability negative 10%, production efficiency cap negative 5%, and research speed negative 10%. The pangs of republicanism, which gives us negative 10% stability, daily social democrat, market liberal, and social conservative support plus 0.02. The socialist cells, which also gives us negative 10% stability, with totalist, syndicalist, and radicalist support plus 0.02, and then the blind garrison, which gives us 3% division recovery rate, 10% stability, and 3% division defense. So let us go on regular and let's start it up. Yeah, I'm sorry that this stream has not been what you guys want. I didn't realize that you weren't supposed to allow it to run for so long at the start. I didn't know what was a good time. I'd seen other YouTubers like announce a few hours ahead and just have it running. But I didn't realize I was actually streaming it. I thought it was just saying, "Hey, this is when this is supposed to be coming on." So I do apologize for that. That's on me. This is all just a learning thing for me, and hopefully the more I get into this, the more I understand it, uh, the better it is for you guys. So we're gonna continue on. Thank you for the Kaiser Redux team and contributors from the past and the present. This is all the contributors to it. Let's say thank you. This tells you about the newest parts of the mod, and let's play. Then we can access the in the guides in here. If you go into here, tell you all your guides. If you'd like to read those, these are the guides. But I've already played this, so I know kind of how this is supposed to be held onto, or how we're supposed to be doing it. So we will be playing as the knights, which is over here. The order remains, and we will be doing a take it to the cross. So we will be doing the crusader path for this one. So we're going to do bring down an empire. With the dawn of 1936, the time has come to set in motion a plan that will lead to the final freedoms of our nation. Start that. It's a 14-day focus. We're going to do standard, which is electronics, basic machine tools, and construction 1. Start with one single division, and we will be putting them under the Grand Master, and our main general will be Eric Stewart Cole, who is a commando and an engineer officer. Now, we don't need the super events right now. Probably would like to silence those, but we'll leave it for right this second. First things first, for the Knights of Malta, you, once you're able to, you're going to want to increase your diplomatic training, because you'll need to use it against the two Sicilies here in a little bit. So we're going to kick it up to 4 speed and let the game play for a little bit. Alright, the small shining jewel of the Mediterranean. The small but stalwart archipelago of Malta has a long and storied history of constantly falling under the sways of different foreign powers, whether it be the Sicilian Arabs of the long gone emirate, or the French and British, who had both had their time as lords over this paradise within the Mediterranean. The islands have rarely been allowed to live their own way, and when they have, it was usually under the watch of the historic and heroic Knights of Malta. However, the Knights have fallen from grace and are now largely exist as pro-German sycophants, a husk of their past power, save for the few circles of radicals that still cling to the old ways. Led by the 76th Grand Master of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, Ludovico Scigi Albani della Rovera Albani, the SMOM, long existed in a state of exile, were reinstated by the Kaiserreich as a means to both have a strong hand and to keep the Catholic population happy, as to keep the Grand Harbor running without issues. Allied and heavily backed by the Kaiserreich and its new Maltese garrison, the Knights ruled as a soft military government, while Germany mainly uses the islands as an airstrip. This military government, largely held and unopposed on the surface, but across the undergrounds of Malta, Republican protests and socialist agents worked to undermine the rule at every turn. Meanwhile, a highly secretive group of disenfranchised Maltese businessmen and aristocrats formed the so-called New Sons of Malta, pulling the strings from afar as they amassed their wealth and power in secret. Using a variety of dubious and black market methods, the New Sons sought to drive Germany from Malta at all costs, all from behind the scenes. This scheming came to a head in the late 1930s when the Kaiserreich, unaware of the growing radical tension, decided to allow the native Maltese to form a civilian government underneath the Knights' watch. Despite the local National Conservative Party, the Parti Nazionalista, winning the local elections, the rule was quickly and completely undermined when the New Sons of Malta finally played their hand. Appearing from the shadows like phantoms, they moved unseen, working with blackmail and extortion, bribery and assassination to completely cripple both the German Knights coalition government and the newly elected Partiti Nazionalista cabinet, effectively freezing Maltese politics. With this secret society of elites and mysterious financiers seizing power over Malta, they have managed to rule for nearly 6 years, duping the German delegation in Berlin the entire time. However, the New Sons are far from secure in their rule, for after funding from their respective favored Italian factions and from the New Sons themselves in a bid to destabilize the German garrison, the democratic parties and socialist cells within Malta have gained great power. Worse yet for them, a radical wing of the Knights, which wishes to see Jerusalem reclaimed, have started to grow in popularity, and Germany has begun to catch on to the New Sons' plot, despite sedition acts passed by their facade government, sending panic and disorganization through the archipelago. With these tensions rising and the Republicans increasingly more vocal in their desire for new elections and an end to the clearly fake government charade, it would seem that time is ticking for the New Sons, and Malta shall soon be free to choose its destiny once again. Virtute et Constantania. 50 political power. So, very, very, very nice. Yeah, so we start with only 1 infantry division, and they are pretty crappy. And that's an understatement and a half. They are really bad. Alexander Kerensky has been assassinated. Not surprising. I don't think I start with any civilian factories. I do not. Well, it says I do. Let's see. No, yeah, I don't. We can build one infrastructure, which will never get built. So. But yeah, I do apologize, guys, for I see where you guys had typed in the chat. I didn't realize that the stream was going that way. Uh, I I just need to figure out how to do this the right way. So the 1936 Riga Winter Olympics. For the fourth instance of the Winter Olympics, the German Protectorate of the United Baltic Duchy was picked as the host nations, with Riga at the center. Funded by German taxpayer dollars, Riga has been outfitted with a plethora of new stadiums to accommodate the prestigious event. The Riga Olympics have the heaviest medals thus far in the Winter Olympic history. As for the winners, first place went to Norway, carrying home 7 gold medals. And the second and third were Sweden and Germany, respectively, with 3 and 2 gold medals. Russian athletes made a large appearance. Or a larger appearance than in the 1932 Montreal Olympics, Canada's first as the exiled British Empire. Canadian athletes also participated, taking home 1 gold medal. Congratulations to the winners. So we can do strike the Grand Harbor, or we can raid the German garrison. So for strike the Grand Harbor, we lose 50 political power. We gain the Grand Harbor strikes, which is daily political power negative 0.02, recruitable population factor negative 5%, stability negative 5%, production efficiency cap negative 6%, and factory output negative 6% for 30 days. Change in popularity of totalism, syndicalism, and radical socialism by 5%. Lose 5% stability. We get 1 naval dockyard and 25 convoys. Or we can raid the German garrison, which gives us 5% war support plus 25 command power. We lose 5% stability. We gain 1 off-map military factory and 500 units of German equipment. Really, the few times I've played, I always think the Grand Harbor might be the best option for these. But I am going to do the raiding the German garrison, because I will need at least another division or 2 coming up. And that 1 off-map military factory is actually very, very useful for us, because the Totalist Charter, this just talks about all the socialist states meeting together. Mussolini, Valios, Bucard, Ottermeyer, and other interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. It has been agreed that Maximism, Sorelianism, and National Syndicalism all share basic principles of the state's primacy in the socialist struggle, the role of national identity within the state, and the importance of a strong central authority to preserve and build socialism. The Charter also claims the socialist state is the final stage of human development, and that democracy is not necessary to achieve socialism. These statements have drawn great criticism from other socialist factions, who gave it the name totalism as a play on totalitarian socialism, which has been eagerly accepted by Mosley, who added it to the manifesto's name, attributing it to their total commitment to socialism. The people must reject this madness. All right, maintaining the luxurious illusion. Although the new sons have come to control Malta from the shadows, it would seem that many of the tourists here on vacation from across the Kaiserreich and the wider Reichspakt are none the wiser, seemingly oblivious to our subtle seizure of power. These happy-go-lucky vacationers shall be our economic salvation. We shall expand our tourist industry until it blocks out the rest of our actions here, putting on a show as the good, loyal colonial holding in the Mediterranean, as we siphon funds from the clueless nobles and the rich family visiting our pristine beaches from Berlin and beyond. Germany's true tourist destination shall stay open no matter what. Gain 1 off-map civilian factory. Very, very nice. Edward VIII is crowned King of Great Britain. George V, the last King of Great Britain and Ireland, have ruled the home isles themselves, passed away while in exile in Canada. The first Windsor King, his reign shall be remembered with sorrow and sadness, as during it Britain lost both the Weltkrieg and its homeland. The crown was inherited by Edward, Prince of Wales, who now stylizes himself as Edward VIII. King Edward is a vengeful and ambitious man, and not on good terms with Prime Minister Charles Avery Dunning. He lives on the goal of avenging his father and reconquering the British Isles, and thus quite popular among the British exiles in Canada, among others. Yes, there he is right there, Edward the Eighth. Now, a really, really fun game in Kaiserredux is playing as the United States when it splits apart. That can have a very, very fun amount of time with it. So we've done the raiding of the German garrison. Now we have to wait for a little bit. We got our operative. We will get no Lorenz Veseria. Yes. Afghanistan declares war on the Dominion of Delhi. The Fourth Anglo-Afghan War. After the Veltskrieg, as the British rocks collapsed into turmoil and warfare, the neighboring kingdom of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to seize Peshawar and Quetta, both border regions of the Dominion. However, the Afghani government's attempt to modernize over the last decades have been met with fierce resistance from the conservative elements within the country. King Habibullah Khan now hopes to use the turmoil in Delhi following the death of King George V to his advantage. By repeating the success of the Third Anglo-Afghan War, the king hopes to silence the conservative opposition and bring new lands to the crown. However, international experts do not put many hopes on the tiny mountain nation winning the conflict. Who cares about Afghanistan? Guess I kind of agree. Black Monday. On the 3rd of February 1936, the Berlin stock market exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market's panic, selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters to stop sputtering out the results of what became known as Black Monday. When the results had been analyzed, it was clear that the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of this unprecedented economic catastrophe will no doubt be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended for now, at least. My God, my God. We will be doing... we have to do all of these to get down to the future, so we'll just ready the socialist first. And we will start to get that done. Electoral gridlock in France. The Commune of France is the world's leading syndicalist nation, united as a federation of city communes and directed by the Comité de Salut Public, the chief executive. Ever since its inception, however, the Second Commune was not uniform in its policy. Numerous factions arose, each one with their own idea of which path France should take. At the time for vengeance against Germany and the world revolution closes in, the CGT election of 1936 is set to be very important. It was so important, in fact, that none of the four factions could acquire a majority. Much like before the election, a coalition must be found, but how will this change the shape of the commune's politics? Only the men in the CSP itself know. Interesting. So we'll ready the socialist. Revolution on standby. The socialist vermin of Malta. For many years, the Parti Laborista has harbored a tumor, slowly growing and metastasizing. Throughout the party. The cancer of radical socialism has infected Paul Bofa's beloved hub of social democracy. Fueled, supplied, and radicalized and influenced by the Third International, primarily Italy, these socialist cells have begun to take over the Parti Laborista, slowly pushing Bofa out of his own party, with the rest of the nation is none the wiser. Led by Dominic Menitov, an avowed socialist taking inspiration from Italy's Alcete di Ambris and Giacomo Mattiotti, and Carmelo Borgsani, a Maltese nationalist who greatly admires and seeks to emulate Benito Mussolini's totalitarianism while also putting the ANI's ideas. These radicali seek to infiltrate democracy and tear it down from within. Though much of the nation remains unaware of these rats and their vile plot, Paul Bofa and his laboratories currently are engaged in a political war for the soul of the Partits Laborista and possibly for the fate of the nation. Despite their current goals and feud with the labor rights, these socialists still have a part to play in the new Sun's plan, and with our guidance and additional financial assistance, they too shall help our gamble pay off. Cancer and plague, it must be cut from the host, at least we all turn red. Political power gain, plus 25. The Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. It's clear that black money has hit the Austrian Empire hard. The Austro-Hungarian Reichskriegsminister today announced he was recalling divisions stationed in Italian territory, unable to afford the financial burden of keeping them safe from the Socialist Republic of Italy. For good or ill, the Republic of Italy is now effectively independent of Austrian domination, at least until the Austrians regain their full strength and decide whether or not their interests in the Italian peninsula are worth regaining. Many in the Republic of Italy have expressed worry about whether or not this will leave them exposed to attack by Socialist Republic of Italy, a move which would plunge Italy into a civil war once again. In response to this, the government of Ivano Bonomi has announced the end of the Republic of Lombardy, Venetia, and the formation of the Republic of Italy, a full-fledged contender to the Italian struggle for power and not just a simple bystander. Austrian influence wanes further. Oh no, the Austrians are weak. We could do this, which I am going to do, because when we lose the part of this, we will lose one of our spies. The end of Newfoundlander democracy. The Dominion of Newfoundland, the first Dominion of the British Empire, has also become the first Dominion to lose its self-governing status. After a debilitating economic crisis only worsened after Black Monday, Newfoundland has now been reduced to a crown colony managed by a Canadian appointed commissioner of government. The effective end of Newfoundlander democracy is seen as a grim sight for democracy in the wider Entente as revanchism sentiment grows. Despite this, the end of responsible government was a mutually agreed conclusion by all facets of the Newfoundlander political scene, even those on the left wing. I didn't even know they were a country. You and me both, brother. You and me both. So, with this play on, gonna wait for these to go through. China is kicking off. Yep. We're having the Nanjing Click Civil War going on. Bunch. Yep. There we go. Revolution on standby is finished. Now we'll frenzy the Republicans. There we go. Let's see. Rescue operation, infiltrate, seducer. Seducer is what I want. I want you to start diplomatic pressuring. I want you to start building an intel network in Italy. This will make more sense later on. I also want to improve relations with the two Sicilies. Gallo seizes control of Ecuador, seemingly unwilling to stand by and watch as a relatively liberal government under Ayuro's PLRE won the recent election and risked enfeebling Ecuador. Alberto Enriquez Gallo has launched a successful push in Quito. Having already dissolved the administration and created a new council of military advisors, the new military strongman has quickly begun embarking on a quest to purify Ecuador of alleged threats and opponents. Though the nation has recently been viewed positively as a friendly business environment for foreign investors, whether the state of affairs will be preserved by the new regime is unknown. It seems that Quito's liberalism just couldn't last. So, see how that goes. This is very important. The Republican elements currently forced to languish as a powerless facade under the regime of the new sons to save face with the German Empire. The Republican government of Malta is largely non-existent, with most Republicans in the nation forced into being little more than a resistance movement, one that perfectly fits in the new son's plans, coalescing under the provisional government until the first election can be organized and held, if and only when our gamble pays off. The current democratic scene is mostly divided into three camps: Parti Nacionalista, Parti Costituzionali, and Parti Liberista. The Parti Nacionalista is a right-wing conservative nationalist party that is divided into three subsections, all vying for influence. The Centristi, who are mainly moderate, split between either preferring cooperation with Italy or maintaining full independence. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, who seeks to bring measured military rule to Malta while maintaining ties to the Kaiserreich. And the Radicali, a faction that seeks to establish a strong and Maltese state armed with the church. The Parti Costituzionali is the main liberal party of Malta, forming the middle ground of the democratic process, split between a more capitalistic Conservativi faction and a more progressive Liberali faction. The party still largely agrees that cooperation with the Entente is the best way forward for Malta, and has pursued close ties with the Algiers regime and Canada. The least Semitic camp is the Parti Liberista, which is currently caught in the internal rift the party hides from the public and its supporters. Paul Bofa leads the base of the party as a champion of European-style social democracy and non-syndicalist labor right policies, but his position has been slowly eroded away by the Radicali, led by Dominic Mintoff and Carmelo Borg Pisani. These Radicali have surged in prominence due to the large influx of funding coming from the Socialist Republic of Italy, something our organization has been hard at work to ensure, and have begun to steal supporters from Bofa's Liberties an attempt to quietly seize the party. Together, these varied groups made up the Republican elements of Malta. With these desperate Democrats in our hands, the new Sense plan is sure to succeed. Virtute et constante. Game-based stability plus 5%. So, um, if you guys would like to see, because these will go away once we choose a side, if you go down the socialist path, you can take over Italy down here. You become a puppet, or you can get an annex war goal against them. And then this is the Democratic mandate. Here's the Labor, the Constitutionalists, and the Nationalists. I think you even get anything but staying on the island. With the Constitutionalists, you join the Entente, and then with these guys, I'm not sure who you join with. And then this is the Knights over here. The death of Pius the 11th. All Christendom mourns the death of His Holiness Pope Pius the 11th, who died following a heart attack after having been in decline in health for the past several years. Something which rapidly worsened following Black Monday. The Holy Father will soon be interred with the rest of his predecessors in the tomb of the popes. Until the next pope can be chosen, the papal states will be ruled by the College of Cardinals in Rome. The succession of His Holiness is made all the more important due to the Catholic Church role in governing the reborn nation, as well as its vehement opposition to syndicalism, a force which has divided the north and south of Italy and seeks to once again reunify the Italian peninsula. How terrible. We're going to rally the people, which gives a popularity of market liberalism and social conservatism plus 2%. Agricultural crisis in Ukraine. With the destruction of the German markets, Germany was forced to impose higher tariffs on imports of agricultural products, including those from their main supplier, the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine. The Ukrainian economy, in addition to the rapid depreciation of the hryvnia and rising unemployment, also faced a serious agricultural crisis due to the lack of buyers for their food supplies surplus. This is a serious threat to the food stability of Europe, especially Germany and its allies, but other regions could also be seriously affected. Hopefully the breadbasket will be safe. Engine Click was capitulated. The people is about done, and then we are going to do our side, which is preparing the Knights. The Knights of Malta have long been the de facto rules of Malta since she fell under the Kaiser's boot following the British Revolution. While their numbers are small and they are not what they used to be, the Knights still hold much valor, which, while their part we envision for them is small, it is vital, and thus they must be prepared. The question is, will they take it over or not? Alright, so you are doing good. Sure, they still have organized crime. This is their organized crime right here, so usually takes a little bit. Adrian the seventh, elected as new pope. Catholic faithfuls in Rome breathed a sigh of relief as the Sistine Chapel's chimney billowed forth white smoke, signifying the election of a new pope. A short time later, it was announced that the conservative populist Theodore Enitzer, supporter of the Austro-populism and staunch opposition of radical reformism, has become His Holiness Pope Adrian VII, leader of the Catholic Church and head of the state of the papal state. It is hoped his election will soothe the divide between Vienna and the two Sicilies. So if we click into the papal states, they are authoritarian democratic. Very, very nice for us. You are social conservative, which, if we do improve relations with them later on, it will make a difference for us. So it's good for us. Then we got another one. We'll just do counterintelligence because we will lose one slot at some point later on. Production for building guns. I want you to be doing Fort Renelia. Marshal Pétain declares martial law in Algiers. After years of instability, it seems Marshal Pétain has had enough. Yeah, it's Pétain. I don't know why I said it that way. In a short speech given over the radio to his people, Pétain has declared martial law in effect for the foreseeable future. This announcement has smothered the coming elections and dampened the hopes of aspiring Democrats in France and abroad. Instead, it seems like the military will be guiding France into the future. All the state apertures are already under the control of the marshal's followers, and there was a marked personality cult around the hero of Verdun, one of the faucets of the new revolution, the official ideology of the junta. The new policies of the junta include, among other numerous measures, a great militarization of society, a return to Catholicism and traditional values, and a strong stratification of society. Perhaps the marshal is here to stay. There he is, Marshal Pétain, the traitor. Gonna do radio, because radios are very important in this game. Preparing the knights, the true knights of Malta, serving as the liaison between between Germany and Malta before the rise of the new suns, and our main facade now. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or the SMOM, is currently led by the 76th Grand Master Ludovico Scigi Albani della Rovera Albani. Devoutly Catholic, dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and ever chivalrous and stalwart, this knightly military order has faded into and out of prominence for centuries, but once again finds itself thrust into the national prominence as the new sons and their coalitions collapse. Followed by some as traitors due to their ties with the Kaiserreich, the SMOM is fiercely dedicated to the Maltese nationalism and the preservation of our archipelago, declaring adamantly that the cooperation with Germany is purely seen as a necessity to preserve Maltese culture and the survival of our people. Preaching for a pious and stable Malta tied to the German Empire, the front face of the order hides a more independent, illustrious, and possibly deluded secret faction that holds far greater aspirations for the archipelago tied to the former and long-dead glories, regardless of their obsession with the past, and that they possibly harbor far more dangerous zealots and radicals within their ranks. The order is wholly devoted to protecting Malta and its perpetuity, no matter the cost. Once the German garrison is forced from the island in accordance with the Great Plan, the SMOM will once again play their party to ensure Maltese independence, for they are planning to become the main military of the nation, and regardless of their political aspirations, they shall serve admirably in the defense of the nation, though we will have to keep tabs their deep ties to the Parti Nacionalista. No matter the outcome of the new son's plan, the Maltese people can always rely on these knights in shining armor to save them. Tietio fiede et obscum papirum, 15 command power. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably absolutely butchering the Italian / Latin or whatever I'm reading with these, because yeah, I don't speak any of it, so it's very hard for me to get a good grasp on the how these are supposed to be said. They've done peace with the mafia. Let's see, that is this one, right? Let's unite. Okay, so you just made peace with them. Might be bad, might be good for us. Poland falls to socialism. Oh, wow. Poland falls to socialism. After the complete collapse of the Polish government following the Black Money disaster, Poland found itself in complete anarchy, with many different political factions vying for power in the vacuum of the Old Kingdom. This fighting has come to a close today as the socialist forces claim victory, announcing their complete control of the country from the chambers of the defunct Regency Council. The international community has reacted with shock as the formerly conservative government of the kingdom has been replaced with a radical socialist government seemingly overnight. Time will tell how this bodes for Europe, a spine in the middle of the Reichspakt. I will tell you right now, it probably will not last very long. Awaken the Crusader spirit, a failed coup in Beijing. Details are unclear, but following a presumed coup attempted in the Forbidden City this morning, Marshal Wu Peifu, a martyr's arm in a sling but otherwise standing tall. Walking down these stairs, he stopped for a few words with reporters who rushed to the scenes as Pu, bound and guarded by a group of soldiers, shuffled out. Cao Kun, the democratically elected leader of China, and I were savagely attacked by the Emperor's thugs, no doubt supported by the Kaiser, he began, staring directly into the camera, bulbs flashing in his face. It's clear that they wish to undo the progress we have made, and after their betrayal today, the Assembly has declared them traitors. China will be a republic once more, free from foreign domination. Another coup in China. So now we've got the Zili clique. The way Wu Peifu. Very interesting. Arthur Horner is elected chairman of the TUC, which surprised the Jerrys. German Empire gets Malta, declares independence. After nearly 7 years of operation, the time has come for the enactment of the New Sun's Plan and the final freedoms of our fair isles. With that, Arthur Horner is elected. The 1936 Trade Union Congress of the Union of Britain was made out to be decisive. A longtime chairman of the TUC, Philip Snowden, declared his resignation, causing the four major factions in the Union, Maximist, Autonomist, Federationist, and Congressionist, to butt heads over the position. As the dust settled, Arthur Horner, the current General Secretary, has been chosen as Snowden's successor. He and his Federationists are in favor of keeping the status quo, a position getting harder and harder to maintain in this changing world. Interesting. Getting a little tongue-tied. A lot going on. Ninth International Congress delegates from socialist nations and political movements around the world gathered in Paris today for the latest in a series of world congresses. While the mantle of the Third International was taken up by the Communards after the Russian Civil War, the ideological tenor of even the event promises to be very different. With syndicalist parties being the newly dominated force for the far left, delegates were greeted by a military parade, an exhibition of avant-garde art, and finally a speech by the chairman of the CSP. At the top of the agenda is the spread of the revolution to Asia and North America, ongoing conflicts in Spain, policies on colonialism, and the requirement for membership of the Third International's military alliance. An interesting development. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Um, Again, this is like my first time openly streaming with people watching. Uh, who, if there are people watching, I see that there's two. Um, I've never done this type of stream before. I've never had like not layovers, but the different elements working together. I never had a chat that worked and stuff like that. So I know some people were not very happy with how this started out, and that was a completely my fault. I did not realize. So, Emir of Bukhara dies in a terror attack. Tragic news has come from the heart of the medieval Bukhara, which is where over here somewhere. Yeah, right here. During the visit of the Emir of Bukhara to one of the nearby cases, there was an explosion as the royal motorcade with the Emir passed alongside the main street of New Bukhara. There was a loud explosion that claimed the life of this previous despot. However, the matter did not end there. According to the eyewitness accounts, the severely injured Emir was still alive when, before anyone could react, Decans, armed with swords, rushed out of the crowd and began a lynching. This massacre in the city led to even more casualties. The country was plunged into political and civil war following the explosion. The Republican opposition managed to take power in Bukhara. The loyalists retreated to the eastern Bukhara and the Pamir Mountains. It is unclear who will emerge victorious in the conflict. Extend our deeply sympathies to the royal family of the Emir. So you got Sahid Shahamurad II Evin Khan. PSR wins the Russian elections following Alexander Krinsky's assassination. Russia was raised by a serious political crisis. The election has been held with the Socialist Revolutionary Party winning the majority of votes. Russia is now closer to a period of stability and vanquished political turmoil. The new Russian Prime Minister has announced that the Republic will need to face necessarily changes and that the world needs to become ready for the Russian Bear's awakening. Russian democracy, huh? PSR takes over in Russia. Trying to remember. Where we need to beeline it to. This. Alright. So we have thrown off the German Empire's shackles. The young Bukharan Revolution. The revolutionary movement in Bukhara has long sought freedom and justice as well as modernization of the country. All their efforts were in vain, and then the people rose up against the despotism of the monarchy. After the bloody events of Bukhara, a chaos of confrontation between democratic forces and absolute mujahideen spread throughout the country. Eventually, they were defeated, and a provisional democratic government took power. The revolution was accomplished. The Bukharan monarchy has fallen. The collapse of the new sons of Malta, using their vast fortunes and political ties, the varied and unanimous financiers and captains of industry that made up the new sons of Malta have saved our archipelago from the grasp of the Hun and their greedy Kaiser by funding and supplying all political parties, political groups within the nation, ranging from the Republican elements shackled under the German garrison to the various nationalist and socialist cells and groups that pervaded these islands. The new sons have propelled the Maltese people to carry themselves to victory. However, the situation has spiraled out of control of the new sons, for the very movements they once funded have swelled to be both uncontrollable and no longer beholden to those bored rich men masquerading as a secret order. Shortly after the German flag was torn down over Valletta, so too was the shadow order of the new sons. Their identities revealed by an autonomous source claimed by some to have ties to Germany's Abteilung. The new sons have become a new target number one of many of the various groups they helped radicalize. The new sons' surviving members have forced to flee Malta. At least they face the same fate. Our Malta, now free from the grasp of both the Hun and the New Sons, is now free to pursue its own destiny. With ever tumultuous political landscape of our small archipelago now free to blast off in a new direction, our newly free nation and the people now stand at a crossroad of the coalition created by the New Sons collapsed nearly as quickly as it formed. We must brace ourselves for the future as we move to establish a provisional government in the wake of this new shift until a more permanent decision can be established. For a free and independent Malta, we removed the New Sons of Malta, which granted negative 20% stability, one operative slot, Intel network strength gain plus 0.05, civilian intelligence to others negative 1%, agency upgrade time negative 20%, and operations risks negative 40%. Lose that, we gain some stability back, thank goodness. And then we can do a future in flux. Malta secures independence. Following the disaster that was Black Monday, the Kaiserreich was beset by numerous uprisings and revolts within nations and territories under their grasp, as local populations across their empire attempted to stab the global hegemon in the back as it lay weak and exposed. The most of these revolts proved to be fruitless waste of human lives. The same cannot be said for what has occurred in the small archipelago of Malta. Secured their own independence, an alleged Masonic group calling themselves the New Sons of Malta supplied separatist forces on the island and roused them to establish a temporary coalition and rebel. The so-called New Sons, however, weren't able to secure their rule and collapse just as quickly as Malta gained freedom. With the New Sons forced to flee the island and with the German flag over Valletta now lowered, the small island nation of Malta stands at a crossroad with the rest of the world raised around them. The heart of the Mediterranean rises into freedom. Very nice. This is where we're going to. Once this focus is done, could get a collaboration. I don't think we have enough resources to do that. A future in flux. After years of instability and decay gnawing away at their flimsy foundations, the New Sons of Malta have finally been ousted, and with them their facade government has collapsed. Archipelago now stands at the precipice of its new future. For citizens across Malta can easily wake up to one or two very different realities as the power vacuum rushes to be filled. The two main groups currently holding the strength, ties, and support necessary to seize power peacefully with the support of at least a decent percentage of the population are the Republicans, rallying around the three Democratic parties, and the Knights of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. With the SMOM's reputation as a German interest group growing, they may experience some pushback, but with the rise in socialist tendencies within some groups inside the Labour Party, they may be needed to keep Malta from socialism. We must tread carefully, for our destiny is dawning, and we must make the right choices now, so as to not sully our newfound freedom. Begin organizing elections. The people first must be heard, or for stability and piety, the Knights secure control as the false suns fall. The Knights secure control, what we want, and the order remains. We bypass that. Done that really, really fast. But despite the best attempts of populist Republicans or degenerate socialism, the sovereign military hospitallary order of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes, and of Malta have held on to power. We've been evicted from our isle home before, and never again shall we allow Malta to fall from our grasp. We will exercise the red cancer, which is 35 days. We will get rid of the socialist cells. Yeah, so if you guys have ever been interested about crusading orders and the ones that are still around, this is actually still a crusading order that is still around. Let me read this real quick. 1936 Australasian election passes. The Australasian Confederation has been in political chaos since the fall of the Sculian ministry in 1935, with the country party ruling as caretakers and minority. Birdwood finally forced the government, who is using the chaos to force concessions from the Nationalist Party, to call for an open election, leading to the result of the Nationalist Party achieving a majority government in Canterbury Parliament. With a stagnant economy, a split political scene, and the challenges of managing the Confederation with New Zealand, it is expected that the next years will be tough. Interesting. So these guys are market liberals. But yeah, so the Knights Hospitallers are still a religious order on Malta that is still around today. They're one of the few last remaining religious military orders of the Crusades. There are the Knights of St. Lazarus that are still around and that you can join. And these are also a joinable group still if you guys have ever been interested. With the Sovereign Military Order of Malta's decision to retain the reins of power in Malta and not give away to democratic practices, the various Republican elements found around our archipelago began to riot, particularly in the capital of Valletta. However, just a few miles away, a far larger uprising was growing in the St. Paul's Bay, Malta's largest and most industrialized city, along a hotspot for socialist thought especially among the intelligentsia and the local dockhands and factory workers. St. Paul's Bay is now engulfed in popular uprising as the local socialist cells, riled up and antagonized by action by the Knights and by their new allies in socialist Italy. This uprising, bringing with it a mass general strike, has crippled Malta's fledgling economy, and the Knights must act soon if they have any hopes at stopping the Red Menace. With their weapons at the ready, the Knights dived into the heart of the city to try to save it from the foreign-backed Crimson Tides. The Knights are crushed by the SR Marines, and the Red Star rises over Malta. No, the Socialists are routed before their SRI allies can save them, changing popularity of paternal autocracy by 5%. Very nice. And we've routed the Communists, or the Syndicalists. Afghanistan and the Dominion of Delhi ends their war. We got Railway war erupts in Tashkent. Tensions reached a critical point in Tashkent as the railroad crisis intensified into a conflict. The response to the Russian garrison's reluctance to disarm, the Turkestan National Guard took control of the Russian-controlled sector of the city. Chaos ensued as the remnants of the Russian garrison attempted to flee aboard armored trains, only to encountered ambush by the local Mujahideen. The violent clash has led to oppositional forces now openly revolting against Mustafa's Shokai's government. The region is now on the brink of further instability as the specter of civil war looms large. Turkestan is truly playing with fire, and Chernomorski elected in Kuban. The Chernomorski faction gained majority at the recent elections to the Parliament of the Kuban's People Republic. The Chernomorski, or the Black Sea Cossacks of the faction, is looking forward to joining Ukraine in a federal union, or at least greatly strengthening the ties to the Kingdom of Ukraine. The opposition has criticized the elections, claiming that they were held with violations. Will Kuban finally join Ukraine? And Manuel Carles assumes full control of Argentina. When Manuel Carles executed a coup against the Argentine state on Christmas 1935, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control over the presidency. LP and forces from the Argentine Navy quickly took control of the capital, but were stopped by forces from the army, who began quickly asserting their dominance over the entire nation, leading to a bloody and drawn-out struggle. With the fall of Rosario, a vital railway hub for the inner regions, Carlos has proclaimed his coup a success and has assumed the presidency this afternoon after a rousing speech for his followers in Buenos Aires, promising vast territorial expansion and an end to the red terror that plagues Patagonia. He was met with a wave of enthusiasm by the struggling people of his country. Will this stabilize Argentina? This is Kuban right here. They elected this fella, who will try to move them closer to joining Ukraine, which is over here somewhere. Delhi wins the 4th Anglo-Afghan War. News from Delhi has circulated that the Dominion of India has declared their victory over the invading Afghans, who have been forced to cede the lands they conquered in the 3rd Anglo-Afghan Wars. Parades have been organized throughout the nation, while the rest of the Entente have sent letters to congratulations to the ruling Governor-General. The king, after hearing news of the victory, has declared it to be a sign of changing times, promising that the citizens of the Dominion will be rewarded in due time for their bravery and valor in the battle for the crown. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Afghanistan has fallen into instability, with some even advocating for the Emir to step down after the embarrassing defeat to the infidels. With the Emir's rules openly questioned, more and more the radical elements of the Afghan society have started to spread their influence to try and destabilize the nation. The bandits under Kohistani Tajik named Habibullah Kalakani have started to raid cities and engage in looting and pillaging as they see fit, with some even saying the bandit leader eyes the Dur-ed-Duran throne itself. This is a big victory for the Entente, but many say this is a foregone conclusion as the emirate was all but cornered into a war with the Empire. No surprises there for the world. Partito Socialista Unitario achieved a majority. The 4th Congress of the Socialist Republic of Italy has ended with the Partito Socialista Unitario, led by Giacomo Matteotti, achieving a majority of the seats in government. Their victory marks a change towards a moderate and popular socialism within the Republic. So you're not, they're not Mussolini. Junaid Khan overthrown in Khiva. The 20-year rule of Junaid Khan, a dictator from the Yoma Turkmen tribe, has been overthrown, who has overthrown Khan Asfandiar of Khiva in 1918, has finally ended. The revolutionaries, taking advantage of the absence of the vizier in the city, were able to seize the capital in the Khan's palace, proclaiming the restoration of the true power of Syed Abdul Khan. The coalition that seized power is rather weak, as it consists of both socialists and Jadid Democrats, as well as conservative-minded elites, but that as it may, the Turkmen warlords have been ousted. A change awaits in Kiev. The dictator is finally gone. And back to our little island. I do have enough equipment to make, well, I don't have enough manpower, but I have enough equipment to make 1 extra division. I'll begin to make it now. And we will build dispersed industries here. still have peace with the mafia, right? Yeah. We become as good as friends as we could with these guys. Tom and Siam. News emerged from Bangkok today that a group of officers intelligentsia calling themselves the Kana Sadon, or the People's Party, has successfully seized control of the government. Key government officials are under arrest, and the king and his heirs are said to be safe and well looked after by the new government. A statement was issued by the new prime minister announcing that this was not a military coup, but rather a peaceful transfer of power while a constitution is put in place. That is very concerning. Including our Sakwast insurgents seized Kabul. In weeks following Afghans crushed and defeated the hands of the Entente, it appears the already fickle Emirate has finally reached its breaking point, racked by the sudden departure of Mir Habibul, a failed push by the Crown Prince Nasrullah Khan. The city of Kabul has been left to the wolves. Weeks prior, the Sakwist force, led by the infamous Habibul Kalakani, known to many as Baka Yakskoi, have circled Kabul like vultures waiting for their moment to strike. Initially being repelled in previous scrimmages, the Baka and his men has exploited the fallout of Nasrullah Khan's failed coup and finally seized control of Kabul. In search of plunder, Kalakani and his bloodthirsty brigands have laid waste to the city, committing horrific acts of looting and murder. The Atrocities Act have already led numerous tribal chiefs to begin mobilizing leverage to oppose the Sakwists, with the Baka declaring himself emir. The world can only wonder how long these bandits will hold on to their ill-gotten gains. Will Afghanistan ever be at peace? There's exercise in the Red Terror, or the Red Cancer. That's theirs. I don't know why that showed me Italy's. Come over here, we'll leash the Republicans, get rid of the pangs of republicanism, and we can do the future of the order. We still are getting the Maltese garrison, which gives us weekly manpower of 50, division recovery rate plus 3%, and division defense plus 4%. We are also still head of intelligence there. Alash Party wins the elections today following the resignation of Elihan Bokyan. The early election in Alash autonomy took place with three parties vying for leadership. While none of the parties managed to secure a clear majority, the Alash Party retained its position and established a government. Mir Dulatla Bolkan's successor now faces the challenge of unifying the fractured party and the nation in order to maintain Kazakh independence. While the party may not be as united as it once was, Alash's continued success serves as a powerful statement to the Kazakh people's determination to remain steadfast on their chosen course. The ideas of the Alash Party have not yet become obsolete. We'll get rid of the Republicans here. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. It's actually kind of exciting. I would like to start streaming a little bit more, especially now that I've got this working. That was the big thing for a while there. The Jalabad revolt declared war on Afghanistan. There's the revolt under Ali Ahmad Khan, and here's Habibul Kalakane. Maybe Jalabad revolt will win, I'm not sure. Death of T.G. Masaryk. Today, the Bohemian governor T.G. Masaryk passed away in the governor's quarters at Prague Castle. Masaryk has been in declining health for months, however, famously always there was for his people. Edvard Benes, the new interim governor, has mostly been running the kingdom in Masaryk's stead, throughout Bohemia, Slovakia, and down to Illyria, where Masaryk's campaigned for the Illyrian state. Funeral bells tolled. To show their support in the morning, men and women alike have donned red articles of clothing and pinned red roses. Bohemia's famous flower in Austria appeared and mourning was declared in the Castle of Karls. Condolences were delivered via radio. The new governor of Bohemia is slated to be elected in about a month's time, and the stakes are large to carry on Masaryk's legacy. Kerensky, Masaryk, who else will this year claim? I wonder what Austria is going down. They're going social conservative. Oh, very nice. Alash Order declares independence. When it was resolved at the Russian Second Constituent Assembly that the Alash Order would be an autonomous region within Russia, the Kazakh delegation strongly supported this resolution, and for some time they could not relinquish this concept. Initially, due to the disastrous instability in Russia, the new administration of the Alash Order found the fortitude and determination to unilaterally declare itself an independent and sovereign nation. While many nations have yet to recognize the independence of the proud Kazakh people, their bold move, of course, met with intense opposition from Mikhail Tereshchenko and the Russian government. It was possible that Russia will surely return, but will it have the strength to subjugate this freedom-loving nation? Russia is falling apart. Yeah, Social Democrats have to figure out what they're going to do about that. Can jump up to early mobilization, which is what we will do. The princely knight. In the annals of our history, a figure emerged whose life and loyalty embodied the essence of devotion to both the order and the church. This man is no other than Ludovico Scigalbani della Rovere, the remarkable Grand Master of our esteemed order. Born with the ties to the German, Ludovico allegiance remains unswervingly dedicated to the principles of the order and the church. Born of noble blood, Ludovico Scigalbani della Rovere's lineage connects him to German nobility, yet his heart and actions firmly anchor him within our order's fold. His title to Reich have no doubt come in handy, yet he is still firmly a Catholic and a protector of the church first and foremost. Throughout his life, Ludovico has stood as a shining example of a princely knight. His commitment to the order's values, even in the face of conflicting loyalties, showcase his unwavering dedication. From his resolute defense of our sacred principles to his championing of unity among the denominations, Ludovico has etched his name in the annals of our order's history. Ludovico's leadership as Grand Master has been marked by an unwavering commitment to the well-being of our brethren. His diplomatic finesse and strategic acumen have guided the order through the challenging times that followed our restoration. He has forged alliances and fostered cooperation to strengthen our position. Under his stewardship, the order continues to thrive as a beacon of honor, chivalry, and piety. Long live the Grand Master, changed the popularity of paternal autocracy by 2%. Very nice. So they very much so like the Grand Master. Jadidist hold on to power. The government of Mustafa Shoka has proven its resilience in the face of recent chaos. Despite the radical destabilization of the country and pockets of resistance, the central government maintains control over the majority of Turkestani territory. However, governance remains fragmented and challenges loom large as Mustafa Shokia's administration grapples with the daunting task of rebuilding a fractured nation. A new dawn for Turkestan, and the Central Rada seizes power in White Ruthenia. With German economics shaken by a severe economic crisis, the repercussions were quickly felt in the European hegemon eastern satellites. White Ruthenia, a small and young nation by the Russian border, was soon rocked by instability. After growing agitation from the radical leftist elements in the country, the army intervened and deposed the elected Social Democratic government. Radoslaw Ostrowski, a deputy in Ruthenia's legislature, was made interim president. With remnants of the old government swept away, Ostrowski consolidated power on a new institution, the Central Rada, or the Council, with himself as its chairman. White Ruthenia, with the tactic German support, has become an authoritarian regime. Its nascent democracy nipped at the bud. They are now safe from a revolution. There you go. Surprise. Oh. They went back to being paternal autocrats. Weird. Anyway, 1936 Vienna Summer Olympics. As Austria's first round as Olympic host city, the Danubian capital of Vienna has been selected for the Olympic stadiums. Austro-Hungarian laborers have built a cultural complex symbolic promoting unity via architecture. The 1936 Summer Olympics have also marked the first time Austria-Hungary has flown under one banner, a bright and tall flag showcasing her heraldry all around the Habsburg lands. Unpopular in the nationalist circles of Austria-Hungary, but praised by the Germans in Austria. Largest Olympic yet, the Viennese Olympics had only expanded on the 1932 Dar es Salaam Olympic worldwide roster. New sports included basketball, canoeing, and handball. In a glorious propaganda victory for Vienna, the Danubian team edged out one gold medal over Germany, solidifying Danubia's victory. Congratulations to Danubia. Yeah, very nice. Fingbong Songkram's coup d'etat. The recent Siamese revolution, while outwardly successful, has seen its popularity plummet. Taking advantage of the controversial yellow cover dossier, the nickname of the proposed plan to overhaul the nation's economic systems and nationalize many industry, a red scare was whipped up. Chief of the army Lung Fibion Songkram intervened just in time and declared martial law nationwide. Widely believed to have been dragged to the nation back from the brink of civil war, the Iron Marshal apparently plans to rule as dictator himself until such a time as he believes the nation is ready for responsibility of democracy. And when will that be? Probably never. I'm going to be honest. At least the Republicans are done, and now we will do the future of our order. The fall of the Kingdom of Finland. Founded in the ashes of the Russian Empire, The Kingdom of Finland has remained since the end of the Great War a nation thoroughly entrenched in the German sphere. It appears now that this is not meant to last. In the wake of Black Monday, the Finnish government was thrown into crisis as political violence spiraled out of control. Unable to maintain order, the regime finally collapsed. The ultranationalist Lupa movement under Kurt Marti Valenius, now leader of the Republic of Finland, marched on Helsinki, seizing power and unleashing a wave of violence against monarchists and socialists alike. Authoritarian, corporate, and virtually anti-German, the movement, no doubt, represents a violent break with the old order, another blow to German influence. I don't have enough consumer goods to buy anything. Or civilian factories is what I meant. Deutsche Ostend declared war on the Indochina Union. Let's get support equipments under Fortuna. Alright. Indochina declares independence. After the Weltkrieg, Germany seized French Indochina, but stability wasn't restored until Germany crushed the South China revolutionaries in 1926. Now, Indochinese nationalists and leftists under a coalition government called the Viet Minh have risen up against the colonial regime. Nguyen An Yin, the head of the Viet Minh, declared the independence of Indochina. After the salute to the International and the World Revolution, he condemned the brutal German oppression of the working class and affirmed the Indochinese workers' commitment to anti-imperialism and the liberation of the colonial people. Observers agree with the German media that they are just some weak peasants, but the German garrison or even the police could easily suppress the rebels known as the Viet Minh. They are surely not model colonial subjects. Mahu Mahu, the Jackals of Kenya, a new book from the famous American leftist author F. Scott Fitzgerald, hit shelves today, and unlike anything he's written before. Fitzgerald had published a new piece after returning from a vacation across East Africa that he embarked on back in 1935. This riveting piece of adventurous literature talks about a small yet vicious bush war that had been raging between the German Anglo dual government in the Free State of Kenya and the revolutionary tribal oculist called the Mahu Mahu for over a decade. The short but vivid novel goes on about the Mahu Mahu's strange tactics, ideals, and beliefs, such as their uses of wooden guns due to their taboos against metals, their belief in water rituals that can supposedly block bullets and heal most of their wounds, the use of animal sacrifice and blood ceremonies, and even the more dubious, like false and exaggerated claims that they partake in ritualistic cannibalism, murder, as well as in service for their spirit masters, while also explaining the central pillars of their mysterious ideology that is centered around their leader, the Mizi Anyongo Obama, who is seen as the avatar of their tribal god, the Ghost Goat, even diving into Obama's personal involvement in the rebellion as one of the leading marshals of the revolt. Though certain critics state these claims of his direct involvement are debatable at best, overall the book was sold well among colonial enthusiasts, African history buffs, and black revolutionary groups around the world over, but has remained on shelves collecting dust in many more conservative places like Berlin and Ottawa that see it as an anti-imperial hit piece, while other groups decry its inaccuracies that do more damage to the Mahu Mahu government and the wider African revolutionary activity than good. Regardless, the book has at least done its best to shine some light on this forgotten corner of the world, preserving the legacy as the last of the Mahu Mahu begin to fall for now. What does he think he is, a white savior? I have no idea what he thinks he is. Explosions on the Dnipro. Today, a few hours ago, while the Ukrainian King Vasil was relaxing on his yacht, an explosion ripped through the hull, immediately killing him. After the tragedy, the Ukraine Minister of Security received a telegram from a socialist group claiming responsibility for mining the king's yacht, stating that the action was a result of their exclusion from the democratic process. There was no chance to save Vasil, and thus the country has been plunged into disorder. The hetman, now alone with the empty throne, has announced that soon the heir to the throne will be chosen by the Regency Council, headed by him, and the succession issues shall all be resolved. Before it happens, though, he has announced that he will stay as the supreme leader, with martial law still in effect. A tragedy for the entire nation. Very sad. There he is. Look at Ludovico. The Kumal Khanate declared war on the Xinjiang clique. The charitable hand of the master. While the Order of St. John was founded as an order for running of hospitals, in recent years the aspect of our mission has fallen behind. Not helped by being appointed to once again rule Malta, the Grand Master declared that even if we cannot fully embrace our calling, we must still make an attempt at it. Thus, the directive has come down that an entire third of our treasury is to be used for charitable acts, be it opening soup kitchens, providing for housing, or even simply helping to repair buildings around the world. Funds from the Order of Malta shall make it happen. While it's costly for the better of souls and to fill our missions as knight, no price is too high. Tutio fide et obscium papirum, which gains us 10% base stability. Very nice. Xinjiang click erupts in war. It seems like the western gate between China and Central Asia has broken into violence once again. Governor Jin Shiren's recent dispute with Kemal has resulted in a large contingent of volunteer soldiers rising up against the army garrison. Rumors say that the Turks to the far west are also preparing to defy the governor once again. The governor of Xinjiang should he remain Chinese, represents a potential ally to the southern democratic cliques. The Kemalites, however, seem to vary between respect for Beijing to restless xenophobia. The Eastern Turks undoubtedly would separate from China entirely should they win. Yang Jixing's final failure. Jan Shremsky elected governor of Bohemia. Although it's never rare for members of the clergy to assume public office, Jan Shremsky is now one of those individuals. Even rarer, a member of the Roman Catholic Church assuming power in a land where Catholicism isn't popular. Shremsky has managed what could be nearly considered too close to impossible win in the recent elections. With his Roman Catholic priest at the helm of the nation, Bohemia remains stable, with Christian democracy ensuring that neither Austria or Bohemia's neighbors will need to worry about any syndicalist threat, and then the hegemony within the region of Central Europe remains absolute. A Catholic priest in power over Bohemia? Incredible. Yes, Bohemia does not care for Catholicism, but that's either here nor there. Afghanistan beat Afghanistan. The Jalal Revolt has capitulated. The Afghan government has gone into exile, and their main forces have capitulated in Afghanistan. So, Habibullah Kalakani has won it out. I know I'm butchering his name, but Atman Semyonsk seized power in Transmir. The leader of the Trans-Baikal Kazakh host, Ataman Semyonov has seized power in the far eastern Republic of Transmir and has said that Semyonov has connections with the Japanese Empire and that he would not do that without Tokyo's intervention. While it is unknown what can be expected from Transmir now, it's clear that the event will greatly destabilize the region. And Admiral Kolchak is murdered. Admiral Kolchak, leader of the far eastern Republic of Transmir since 1925, when he attempted to coup the government of President Kerensky, has been arrested and executed today in Vladivostok by disloyal generals. Dissatisfied with Kolchak's firm hand policy and Japanese dependence, the new government will hopefully try to appease the needs of the citizen. Perhaps he wasn't a good ruler then. And these guys... I don't know whose group this one is. You. No. It's not the nationalists. You, right here. Ally Mongolia. Eastern Okrona. Or the Transbaikal Union. Oh, okay. So the future of the order is done. I'd really like to reform the garrison. But we've got to watch out because I need to do this one as well. We need to do this one and then these two right here just to get this one right here. This is the one we've been building up for, which is the two Sicilies, where we try to take over Sicily via decision. So we'll just allow this to play on. We'll get a little bit more. And here we go. Return to tradition. With our holdover Malta now secure. Kareem, hey bro, I like your videos. I hope some Equestria War videos for channel come out soon. Have a nice day. Hey, thanks, man. I haven't had any plans to do some Equestria War, but I'm never opposed to it because I actually do really enjoy that mod. So I'm always down for something different, and you'll have to tell me which one's your favorite country to play on there. So with our holdover Malta now secure, the time has finally come to square away one of the largest internal problems facing the Order of St. John. While always existing in a form of militaristic nostalgia, but greatly invigorated by the new sons, a sect of the Order has long wished for a return to our crusading origins. While not directly linked to the founder of the great Crusader kingdoms, our order was founded within the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and we are perhaps one of the last vestiges of that long-dead kingdom to still exist. This fact has led many within our order, especially those in the younger generation, to yearn for a return to the old order, one of which Catholicism and Catholic kings and princes rule over the Holy Land. Having ties to the Austrian Order of the Golden Fleece, and viewing Austria as one of the powers that may actually support such a rival, I think it's a revival. This grouping poses little actual threat to the Order of St. John as a whole. Despite this, due to the fact that the Order is the indisputed master of Malta, their presence could possibly lead to the disunity in the future. Thus, the Grand Master has called for a General Assembly to finally make a ruling on these radical traditionalists once and for all. So what are we going to do? We must suppress these radicals lest we damn our people land under war, or this volt we shall reclaim Jerusalem. And that is the way we are going to do. So Deus Vult, we shall reclaim Jerusalem. Cavalry de Malta becomes the ruling party. Public elections will not be held. And Malta will be known as the Supremus Militaris Ordo Hospitalaris Sancti Leonias Hierosolmietani Rodenste et Militanis, which is the Supreme Military Order Hospitalaris Sanionis. That's Rhodes and Malta. I can't think of the other one, so we'll do that one. We get a new flag, which looks a little bit like, kind of looks like Denmark's flag, but ours is actually a cross and not like that. So, and with that, we'll do take to the cross, which just bypass. So we will take to the cross. We'll do make Blessed Giard proud. Blessed Giard, by all accounts, was a holy man, a lay member of the Order of St. Benedict. Giard founded the Order of St. John as the various hospitals under his care around the Holy Land grew too large for a single abbey to manage them all. From these humble origins, the order would grow, eventually being militarized by our second Grand Master, Raymond Dupuy, even though it owes almost 1,000 years, and through the order that many more functions than simply running the hospitals. We've never forgotten our origins nor our founder. That's in a way to honor our saintly founder and fulfill his mission while also preparing to reclaim Jerusalem. The Grand Master has authorized the creation of an extensive welfare system throughout our held lands, be it providing medical care free of charge or providing food or shelter to the hungry and homeless. The Order of St. John shall provide these services. If these acts always happen to win us new fighters for the order, then everybody wins. An order worthy of Blessed Giard's legacy, which grants naval invasion capacity +2 and war support +15. This is very, 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 very nice. We need to keep an eye on here. Make sure we've got a good standing with these guys, because we are going to try to take their land. East Turkestan declared war on Xinjiang Click. We also have a really good order with, or relation with the French national state, so we will try to buy some equipment from them at some point if they start to sell it. Direction of the crusading effort. For the first time since the Spanish Reconquista or the Hussite Wars in Bohemia, we stand at the threshold of a new crusade aimed at reclaiming the Holy Lands. This is not to be taken lightly, as it will take a significant amount of manpower and equipment to ensure our success, as our faith through God alone will not ensure victory in this day and age. However, as most Crusader kings have done, it's important we must act nobly and seek papal endorsement and the support of other faithful nations. We can also shoulder this burden under our own initiative and seek assistance through other means, but not in a heavily reliant manner. While the later option will restrict us, it means that we have a lot more leeway in our actions taken in preparation and during the crusade. It's better to seek the guidance of those who speak to God to ensure what we do is ordained in his favor. We joined the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or approval or not, the liberation of the faithful will occur. We create a faction, the Holy League of the Liberation of Jerusalem and Holy Places. I will be creating my own faction and opening up the Knights. With Malta now secure, the time has come to reform the Order of St. John. This reform, however, is not to be anything that directly changes the structure of the order. No, this reform shall do what many have sought but none dared to. The Knightly Order of St. John shall be open. Membership shall no longer require the sponsorship of an existing member. Instead, all one needs to do is apply. Providing you are a Catholic in good standing, there's no reason why you will still be denied, or why you will be denied entry. Well, this reform shall take time to implement. It will no doubt prove useful. Malta is already lacking in manpower, and the Knights even more so. By opening up the order, we can practically ensure that both Malta and the wider order shall receive more men, something we need more than ever. To defend the future, we must be willing to change. Gain 2,000 manpower. Very nice. And since we've been building this unit, and all we've been waiting for is manpower, we can finish it out. Perfect. Have 2 units. Will be just as weak as we are right now. Xinjiang Click takes 1 state. Kumalkhanate has been annexed. The Kumalik government has fallen. So looks like China will keep hold of their province over here. Quantumous coup in Khiva. Not long ago, the walls of the ancient city of Khiva were shaken by revolution of the young Khivians and their allies, who overthrew the power of the Turkmen warlord Junaid Khan. However, as it turned out, this was not the end. The fragile coalition collapsed, and unwilling to compromise the socialists, the young Khivians were overthrown in an armed coup by conservatives, Quantumists, and palace guards. Despite the reactionary settlement of the new government, Khiva would still become a constitutional monarchy due to the current Khan's inability to govern. They actually saved Khorasan from this moderate contagion. A seat in Rome. Prior to Germany restoring our control over Malta following the Veltskrieg, the Knights of Malta existed in a strange state of limbo. Technically speaking, the order continued to exist as a sovereign entity, even if it held no direct land. At least that's what we were in public consensus. In reality, we held and continue to hold a small number of buildings in and around the internal city, granted to us by the Pope or purchased over time. These buildings acted as the sole place the Knights of Malta existed as a sovereign state. Since being restored to Malta, we have kept hold of these buildings, although a few have been transformed into embassies for the Maltese state. In any case, should the order ever need them for whatever reason, these buildings shall continue to serve as a bastion of the order if we hold Malta or not. An interesting case, we gain 10% stability. Very nice. Get done with him, and then we'll try our, we'll do Our Lady of Philarmeros, which is an Orthodoxy lady for one thing. If we would have joined with, if we would have joined with Austria, this is what we would have gotten, which is rebuild the old orders. They call to arms louder than Peter the Hermit, and rebuilding the orders toward Jerusalem with our brothers in arms. I've never actually played that route. I've never decided to. I'd say it might be fun. A Liberal victory in Canada. The Liberals have triumphed once more in Canada's most recent snap election. The Liberals, previous holders of the minority government after almost 10 unbroken years of conservative rules, have now managed to secure a majority government. Prime Minister Mackenzie King has thanked Canadians for their unwavering support and has promised to go forth with liberation together with the exiles as equal partners, not as subjects. The King has congratulated the Prime Minister, but has groveled in private about the likelihood that the King's focus on Canadian sovereignty may slow down reclamation planning. The rest of the exiles look out nervously, hoping King can guide Canada to a brighter future and the exiles to British shores. They can never hope to keep Mackenzie King down. And we are done with our focus, so we'll do our honor Our Lady of Philarmeros. Our Lady of Philarmeros is one of the many titles given to Our Lady, the Blessed Mother of Christ, the Virgin Mary, taken from the Byzantine icon, I think is what it's supposed to say. Originating in Crete, the order has long held the icon as its patroness. While the history of the icon itself is long and storied, it's eventually ended up in the hands of the Russian czars. Following the various Russian revolutions, the icon, along with the relic of the True Cross and the hand of St. John the Baptist, was returned by the Kerensky government to the Knights of Malta as an act of goodwill between our two nations. While the icon and other relics have remained venerated and protected since their return, a new sense of reverence has fallen over the order regarding these relics. With the order reconnecting to its crusader roots, the knights have begun to honor their patroness with a newfound vigor. To encourage this, the Grand Master has ordered the replicas of the ancient icon are to be hung in every church that falls under the knight's protection. By this act, we can honor Our Lady, and perhaps in return she'll honor us before her son. Under the protection of Our Lady of Philarmo, which grants division organization plus 3%, plus 15% stability, and 1 research slot. Very, very good. Should have done that one first, actually. Kareem, yeah, manpower when you first start out as Malta is super hard, because I think the whole island has less than a 250,000 people here. But if you can do the Sicilian Gambit, there's 4 million people here, and you can actually get a whole lot of manpower from Sicily. And then later on, when you can reform the garrison, you start to get weekly manpower from the garrison up to I think 400 or 500 a week. So you can start gaining it that way as well. Democratic victory in the Norwegian elections. To the shock of many, democratic parties have managed to form a new government in Norway. While the majority is razor thin, this represents a shocking blow to the socialists, who had expected to form the next government, especially after appealing to the Third International support. When their supporters cry foul and announce the party cartel, the right-wing paramilitaries have been left confused by events, either withdrawn from the streets or being beaten back by the police. While the new government will have their work cut out for them, they have endorsement of Haakon the Eighth, who has already met with this new prime minister and promised them his full support. It's been a close-run thing, but it looks as though the Norwegian democracy will live another day. Norway's democracy is strong indeed. Yes, it is. The Ravine uprising, after years of intense suppression of the workers and peasant movement in Ukraine by the Hetman and conservative organization, exiled Republican forces were able to organize effective action on the kingdom's western frontier. Under the leadership of Ottoman Petrolia, the militia seized Ravine, where they were able to establish a provincial capital, and throughout the country, workers and peasants took up arms to overthrow the bourgeoisie power they hated. Whether the Directorium will be able to seize power in Kiev and declare the restoration of the People's Republic remains to be seen. A serious drift of affairs. Not good for Ukraine, but not a big deal for us, to be 100% honest. Germany established control over Crimea. With the Ukrainian crisis, or chaos, sorry, with Ukrainian chaos, the German Empire has decided to intervene But instead of direct military aid, they have managed to seize control over the Crimean Peninsula, establishing their garrison and occupation administration there under Prince Rios. The future of Crimea is unknown, as many powers both inside Crimea and outside are trying to seize control. Is there any hope for the Tartars now? So now you have this guy, Henrik the 33rd Rus of Kistralis, who is a German monarchy. Right down here. So, very interesting. There is also another way to gain some manpower, which is later on in our focus tree, and I'll show you guys that as well. Um, as we slowly build up our military. Border conflict near Baikal. After a few weeks, there was an escalation of tensions between the partially recognized Far Eastern Republic of Transmir and the Russian Republic, resulting in a border conflict. According to reports from the Russian government, the Far Eastern forces, equipped with rifles and light machine guns, initiated the hostilities by opening fire on Russian border patrols, causing casualties on both sides. This sparked a series of real border skirmishes, further exacerbating the situation and leading to additional casualties. The conflict's not yet over, and it's becoming increasingly clear the growing tensions between these two entities, which contest each other's very existence, could potentially escalate into full-scale war. I will probably have to go into my settings for my stream and take away the let the chat take off there, because I realize that it sits there the entire time. Mustafa Kemal shot. Grand Vizier and celebrated war hero, the leader of the OHF, Mustafa Kemal Pasha, was shot earlier today in Izmir when speaking to a massive crowd gathered to celebrate his recent reforms. The lone gunman and Armenian descent seemed to have had an immediate motive of revenge for the loss of his family during the Armenian genocide, but many observers are spectating the hand of former special organization members in the plot, likely looking to weaken the OHF and guide the party back to its past lines of Islamism and strict nationalism. The entire Ottoman Empire holds its breath for the future, and Charles Curtis, elected president of the United States, despite the massive instability and rampant in the nation ever since the Great Depression in 1925, the presidential elections went forward, and the voting results are clear. The Republican candidate, Charles Curtis, is the 31st president of the United States. Despite his advanced age, Curtis mustered the health to run for president in this tough time for America, and his platform is focused on negotiation and reconciliation with the CSA and AFP. He's already opened talks with them, but can he really satisfy his two opposing militants at once? We'll be watching your progress, brother. Good luck. It's no difference to me if the American Civil War goes off on this or not for us, so... Cynicism spreads to Burma following a string of poor decisions by the Burmese government, accumulated in order to the Royal Burmese Army to open fire on protesting students and workers. The entire country turned against the royalty. The newly founded National Council is forming a new syndicalist government and is reportedly already considering looking forward or outwards for strong, like-minded allies. Country after country, the revolution progresses. Our Lady got done with radios, and we got an extra research slot, so let's go to interwar artillery, which will go back to armory, and let's get torpedoes researched. You might be wondering why I'm trying to get torpedoes. If we pretty much have to naval invade everywhere we go. We're going to try our Sicilian Gambit now. If we do succeed on the Sicilian Gambit, which I'm hoping we will, we really don't have to worry about this right here. We could retake Rhodes, and we can get Deus Vult, of course, but the reform the garrison and the language crisis and building up our economy will be the most important. Then we can come back over here where we can annex the Hellenic Republic, but we cannot seek an alliance with them, so we'll just have to annex them outright, which is okay. I'm not worried about the Greeks either direction. Really, if we do take Sicily, I'm going to try to build my military up and knock out both the Papal States and the two Sicilies. Russian Liberation Committee declared war on the Kuban's People's Republic, which is right here. This is Andrei Vleslov, which is the authoritarian Democrat group. If the gambit fails, nothing happens to you personally, like in the game. Uh, you just kind of you don't get the territory. If you can take Sicily, it's like the most important thing for you, because it's where you can get all your manpower. There's civilian factories and other things like that. So if it fails, you're just kind of out of all of that. You can try to attempt to declare war and knock out the two Sicilies, but you won't succeed, especially because we haven't taken the focus yet to get our navy from Germany. So, liberal victory in Brazil, an alliance of the old guard, opposition members, and many types of liberals. The Liberal Party was seen as a second horse in the presidential race, but now it stands at the top of the dust settled, having edged the Republicans all so narrowly. With a party program based on idealist principles that were failed to be upheld by the First Republic, and a will to diversify and modernize the economy and bring growth back to the nation, the PL leadership will begin in January as preparations for the peaceful transfer of power occur. Time will tell if such an idealist and somewhat unstable government can keep the country on a good path in these troubled times. And upshot for sure. Yeah, they get 7. They have what is it? There are at least 3 factories in the state, so you get a core on Sicily immediately. So I, I'm pretty sure we'll get it, especially with us having diplomatic pressure all the way up, having an intel network, and they didn't go. If they root out the mafia, that's where they have problems, or you have problems with it. But I might save scum just to save it, just in case. Feziv Kazmak seizes power. War hero and celebrated commander of the Ottoman army. Feziv Kalmak seizes power in Constantini earlier today as columns of Ottoman infantry marched past the Dolmek Palace, arresting opposition figures in an attempt to restore order to the empire in the name of democracy and stability. Although foreign observers have noted that the Marshal of the Ottoman forces does not have any long-term political ambitions, merely wishing to set up a transition government until a democratic alternative can be reinstated. Many do question whether be doing this. He has not set a dangerous precedent for the entire Middle East. What will the future bring? I don't know. Probably nothing good. So he chose Rob de Gaulle's plan for the military down in France, which we will be buying a lot of stuff from France probably. We really want the Sicilian Gambit to work. Crossing our fingers on this one. We're going to reform our garrison because I'm going to try to get my navy. Please work, please work. This is kind of RNG too. I've never figured out a true we didn't get it. In what can only be linked to a tense Mexican standoff, our invasion of the island of Sicily has encountered significant obstacles. Our landing forces faced interception by garrisons from a nearby town, catches us off guard. To compound our troubles, the contact within the mafia, whom we believe had successfully bought off, unexpectedly appeared on the scene. The demand for additional payment further escalated the situation, throwing our plans into disarray. Eventually, after a tense moment of silence, a firefight erupted, and once the smoke had cleared, virtually no survivors remained, leaving the ghastly scene for local villagers from the nearby town to discover the following morning. The incident has escalated into a diplomatic crisis, as not only the mafia is demanding compensation for the death of their men, but the local administration of Sicily has insisted communication with the mainland to investigate the perpetrators of the incident. All fingers point back to us, necessitating swift action on our part to salvage the situation and avoid further deterioration of the already precarious circumstances. Ensure that the dead Maltese soldiers are passed off as local rebels and cut contact with the mafia, or we declare war on two Sicily and gain the core. Yeah, time to most definitely save scum that one and see if we can get it the second time around. And if we don't, we're out of luck, I guess. We're gonna have to go a different route, which is it just makes this harder, but it's not impossible at that point. Very, 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 very hard, but not impossible. Let's see. Wonder if I can do the non-aggression pact with them. Not sure. don't think there's a prerequisite for this one, so I don't want to break it though. If we break it, we're in trouble. We can do request licenses, and maybe that'll boost it up. No. Yeah, I could just accept it for him, but I'm hoping that we get it this time. If we don't, then like I said, it's sometimes it's hard to get it. I'm not gonna lie. It's not always like a guarantee that you're going to get it. Yeah, we didn't get it again. So, like I said, what we could do is stage the full-scale invasion of the island. The problem is they start off with, what is it, like, they have 16 divisions. Some of them are in Sicily. I don't think I can get over there in time. We can try.
Pronto, signore. Ordini?
Lieutenant Government Falls. Secures independence. Well, you know, they haven't declared war on us, so maybe that worked for us. Crimea secures independence, fighting back against Ukrainian defense forces and internal ethnic violence. The diverse separatist groups of Crimea have held their ground, and after much blood was spilled on the Perekop Isthmus, the independent Crimea now stands alone, not since Russia consumed the peninsula in 1783, breaking the Treaty of Cusco-Canaris after decades of tense relations and conflicts with the Ottomans. Had Crimea been free, and now with the myriad peoples of the peninsula breathing free air, the future of Crimea has never been more wide open. As the newly independent state now settles its new foundations, the world looked to this small but vital hold on the Black Sea with curious eyes. For the people of Crimea claimed to have big plans, even while the Ukrainians, Russians, and other opportunistic forces already begin to circle Crimea like hungry wolves. The Black Sea just got a whole lot more interesting. Of course, now I'm out of guns, but we can start producing these units. Yeah, I'm not going to hold Sicily for long with just the 2 divisions. You are 100% right. We do have some manpower now. We have 71,000. And we do have 2 civilian factories, which is more than what we had. So I'm going to find some very, very cheap. Let's do these guys, some cheap Mausers. I'll actually buy all your Mausers off of you. I need weapons really, really, really bad, so I'm gonna start buying those. So 1 division will hopefully hold. I guess Sicily's not going to declare war on us. Which is fine. I guess the gambit passed. That's what we can say. I didn't have to cheat. The gambit passed. So let's see, we can go up. Really need a chief of staff because I really need some army experience coming in. So let's do the army experience right now because I need to start updating my units for sure. I bet now they declare war on me. That'd be my luck, not gonna lie. And then we can get naval experience this way, which is a better way of getting it. So support weapons. We're gonna need MP. We're gonna want reconnaissance. Really, I need to research. Oh, I already got this. All right. The basic airframes. Yeah, Sicily. Getting Sicily is pretty much the only way to do this by yourself. If you go with Austria, you have a lot easier time. But, meh. Reform the garrisons done, and then we can do towards a true Maltese navy which gives us, to begin our naval reforms, we will seize several German ships in the Grand Harbor and press them into our own service. 3 research bonus for ships, 30 Navy experience, and 50% cost reduction for Navy doctrine, which is super nice. Lewis Hoffman's Pacific Flight. Lewis Hoffman was the first German woman to gain a pilot's license. After her 1933 transatlantic solo flight, she has become one of Germany's most famous aviation pioneers, along with heroes like Manfred von Richthofen and Gunther Pluschkow. Today, Fräulein Hoffmann was accomplished a new long-distance and a customized Fokker F1 or F9 starting in Tahiti 36 hours ago. Fräulein Hoffmann today landed safely in Lyon, German Noguenia, where she was welcomed by jubilant crowd and local Governor Albert Hall. It's been rumored that Hoffmann will soon attempt a solo flight around the world. This would place her in direct competition with the Red Baron, who's planning a similar endeavor. What an accomplishment. Hope they're not in the same alliance. Who in the same alliance? Industry. East Turkestan has capitulated and a republic declared in Serbia. Since the end of the Austrian occupation during the 1920s, Serbia has officially been a kingdom. They never dared to crown a king as they were forced to keep a low profile in the light of further Austrian aggression. Bowing to mounting internal pressure against his repressive regime, Peter Bojovic, the regent of Serbia for almost 2 decades, has voluntarily stepped down. Slobodan Jovanic is now the first president of the Serbian Republic, acting as such until elections can be held. Democracy in the Balkans, that's new. So get a few of these units built. I'm buying these guns from Spain, which will really help us. The Monclick declared war on Tibet. And Tibet looks communist. Is it? Yeah. Social Democrat. Not something you see very often for sure. Crimea. Can't justify until tension's at least 50. Air launch torpedoes. Let's do... about tanks right now. We'll do sonars. We're gonna need a lot of boats. No, not in the same kind of alliance, Sicily. Oh, yeah. So I think that failed because we were supposed to go to war with Sicily. So I'm not really sure why it didn't work out, but well, the grammar just made it worse. The last frontier breaks free after decades of struggling along a meager territory within the fallen Leviathan that was the old United States. The great land of Alaska has declared independence from the perfidious tyrants in Washington. Say that no fool from the lower 48 or outside, as they call it, shall appropriate Alaska's bountiful natural resources and beautiful wilderness. Again, the Alaskan government now struggles to build a free nation state. However, with the monopolistic capitalists in the Alaskan Syndicate, the socialists and progressives of Jane Wickersman, the democratic force of the Alaskan legislature, the newly arriving waves of Amerindians fleeing the Civil War, and even the Canadians, Japanese, and Russian agents hiding in plain sight, all now struggling against each other for power and influence. The final fate of the last frontier and her dash for freedom remains to be seen. Standoff in America. The Republicans have lost control of the situation in America, with the White House being couped by the military and a large number of governors declaring his government illegitimate, throwing support behind either Southern populist Huey Long or the syndicate leaders Bill Haywood. They stopped short of seceding from the Union, but declaring that the federal government holds no authority within their state's borders until MacArthur steps down and Reconciliation Council under what is it? Under their chosen leader is put into place to restore order to the nation. In response, General MacArthur has given the governors 30 days to stand down, making it all but certain the United States will descend into civil war for the second time in less than a century. We'll do extensive conscription, so we will need it. Oh, you're saying you're hoping that the Two Sicilies wasn't in some sort of alliance. They're not. They can't join an alliance until the Civil War starts in Italy. So, well, I lied. The Socialist Republic of Italy joined the Third International. So, there you go. It used to be that they weren't allowed to join anything until after the Civil War ended, so. Let's see, they only have 17 divisions and a massive fleet. So really, if we build up, we could try to knock out Sicily, but it'll be hard. It'll be a challenge for sure. Units are coming out. Russian Liberation Committee took 3 states. The Kuban's People Republic's gone. Move you guys out. We don't have any steel. It is a problem that will come about is we don't have any steel to produce anything, and we only have one factory to trade. So we will trade for it because we have to. Whose factions rival to us for the long run? Well, there's the United States going into its Civil War. So the Second American Civil War begins. For years, the Americans have been in the final straw. America has erupted into a crisis that's now not to be soon recovered. Civil War has broken out, the second one in American history. American Burns is the American United States under Huey Long, Bill Hayward's newly established combined syndicalists for America, William Mary's Constitutional American Republic, their amendments to the federal government, the last bastion of democracy in the Pacific States of America, go head-to-head for control over the nation. As each side clamors for recognition and support, millions take up arms to fight their neighbors, or their former neighbors. The giant is asleep for good. Whose faction? The Ottomans are going to be our biggest threat. The Ottomans and the Cairo Pact. If they form the Cairo Pact. So, both of these will be our biggest. Maybe if Serbia forms its alliance, we'll have problems, but I'll be honest with you, before we take out the Ottomans to reclaim the Holy Land, we're going to be knocking out most of the Balkans here. Once we can rebuild our military. Let's see. So you can do the best defense, which is an offense, or we can do a purely defensive force. The best defense gains plus 2% division speed, plus 7% army experience gain, plus 100% weekly manpower, division organization plus 5.5%, division recovery rate plus 2%, military leader cost negative 15%, division attack plus 5%, division defense minus 6%, reinforce rate plus 6, planning speed plus 4, max planning plus 8, every starting attack level of new army leaders plus 1, offensive war penalty stability monitor plus 30%, and army fuel consumption negative 4%. We get paratroopers and airborne, or we gain plus 30 or plus 0.3 daily political power gain, division speed plus 2%, weekly manpower 100, mobilization police plus 10%, division org plus 5.5%, recruitable population plus 6, divisionary recovery rate plus 2%, surrender limit plus 5%, war support plus 3%, division defense plus 2%, reinforcement rate plus 4%, maximum command power increase plus 60, and daily command power gain multiplier plus 10%. Can I join the Cairo Pact to steal some Ottoman lands? No, I don't think so. Since we're in our own faction right now, the Holy League for the Liberation of Jerusalem and the Holy Places. So we can invite people, but I don't think anybody wants to join. I don't even think I can invite anybody, to be honest with you. So once we take people over and liberate them, they'll join our group. But Yeah, since we made our own faction, we can't join another one. I usually go with the defense one, a purely defensive force, but Kareem, you've been watching for most of it. You've been commenting the most as well, so I'll ask you what you're thinking of. I lean more to those defensive just because we will be on defensive sometimes when we're fighting, and I think losing defense isn't the greatest. So we will start to do the language one because that hurts our stability for a little bit. So getting these guys out. And we do have a navy now, which is consists of one battleship, four light cruisers, and five destroyers. Defensive sounds good to me. Yeah, I usually, like I said, I usually go with defensive. And we're going to put this guy in charge of our fleet, who is an incorporeal entity, so it is not even a real person. It's just an idea that I think is really cool. Production, I will put you guys on repair as well, because I want my navy to train while it's sitting here. Anti-tank. I know I can't build any anti-tank right now, but it will become important later on when we fight. Panama's joined the Entente. The Panama Canal crisis finished in 1914. The Panama Canal is the most important trade passageway on the American continent. With the outbreak of the Second American Civil War, the federal government was forced to withdraw the canal's marine forces, leaving it open to invasion. And to little surprise, Panamanian troops launched an operation to take back such a valuable area. This move, however, was opposed by Canada, which presented to themselves an ultimatum. Panama's sovereignty over the canal would be recognized, but the country must agree to a military alliance or face invasion. In the face of Canadian pressure, the small Latin American nations backed down in defusing the crisis. Cool. The Turkestan Federative Republic, equivalent on the continent of Kiev. Syndicalism spreads to the Philippines. There is one way around fighting at some point. We can declare war on Albania, take out Albania. I am thinking of, if we get the chance, we might just go to war with the two Sicilies and puppet Rome, take two Sicilies lands. Transmission from the Russian Liberation Committee. They declared war on the United Republics of the North Caucasus. So yeah, they're going to war up here. These guys will form if Russia is socialist.
Attento!
Attento. Move this one singular cavalry division. These units are good, so. Collins ousted from office. Michael Collins' time as president of Ireland has finally ended. Collins is credited with a major role in gaining Ireland's independence from Britain, and with recovering Northern Ireland during the British Revolution. He held his executive position since then on massive waves of public support, which allowed Black Monday has seemingly which following Black Monday has seemingly fallen flat. Collins has lost to his opponents and resigned to a life in armed force, even with his losing with their founder Collins' party. Finn Gall carries on, already preparing for the next election. The big fellow hasn't left the stage, and Cathal Brugge now takes his place, or has left the stage. Oh. Well, we're getting some units made up, getting some good army experience. So the language, see, we can go a couple of different routes. We can speak the dead language, which is Maltese, so we can go back to their original Maltese. Or we can go Latin, or we can go Italian. If we go Italian, we get consumer good factor negative 30%, plus 20% stability, production efficiency cap, and research speed. If we go with Latin, we get plus 20% stability, production efficiency speed, efficiency cap plus 3%, and 10% research speed. We will get a research slot regardless which route we take. If you're still watching, Kareem, what you thinking? I always do Latin because I feel like that's the way these guys would speak. In reality, these knight orders would have spoke French. Most of them spoke French, at least. Um, I know the Templars were founded by Frenchmen. Yeah, Latin really does give you a lot of a lot of stability. Now, Italian also does. It gives you negative 30% consumer good factors, which is really, really nice. And really, in the modern era, these guys probably would speak Italian. Latin is exclusively only used in the church. But I feel like if we're a religious order, we would be going with the Latin tongue. Um, but I want to know what you're thinking, Kareem. You're the only one that's been messaging on here, so I'll get your opinion on it. And then we also, before you make your decision, do get service for sailors, which gives us consumer goods factor minus 15% over here in our revitalize our economy. So we will be getting some consumer good factors. You thinking Latin as well? Religion based, yeah. I feel like Latin would most definitely be a tongue that they would speak. Indochina and German, and oh, that means Germany lost. Yeah, the Indo-Chinese Revolution won it. It's crazy. I've played as Germany in or the Deutsch Ostian in Kaiserreich, and I never lost that fight. So I do need to buy. Let's see if I can the construction. No, I don't have any. Indo-Chinese revolt succeeds with its nasty and fury. The Viet Minh troops driving German troops out of nearly all strategic points on the Indo-Chinese peninsula. The German foreign officers finally agreed to meet the leaders of the rebellion and offered full independence to the entire land they claimed. To this today, the creation of the Indo-Chinese Union was confirmed by the Viet Minh to the cheers of the Vietnamese people who had come to witness the historic event. The country's future is yet uncertain, but rumors of the Biradian alignment are starting to spread through the diplomatic channels as the world tries to measure the impact of this event on Asia. Very interesting. I would like you guys to at least be 12 combat with. These are horrible units to begin with. We just don't have the weapons for it. It's gonna be the crux for a while. It's just our weapons just a little too weak. 1937 Dutch elections. The Netherlands has traditionally been one of the most politically stable nations in Europe, and the Dutch people have for years been entrenched in their own institutional pillars, which have tended to undermine radical tendencies. Due to the economic crisis caused by the Netherlands' close ties to Germany and Middle Europa, the rise of the far-left Red Front nationalist VNH, the country's political situation is more tense than it's been in many years. The creation of the formal left-wing's electoral pact meant the death knell of the conservative government. However, it quickly collapsed, leading to a minority rule. The Social Democratic SDAP party is joining the coalition with the moderates VDB, promising a progressive administration that aims to solve the nation's many crises. The Dutch do love their elections. I think usually this gets cooed, so we will watch closely up in the north. Which way did Germany go? Authoritarian Democrat. Okay. Was curious. You guys don't really like us. Whatever. Ukraine likes us. Crimean Khanate rises once more. Gross. Oh, gonna have to defeat those. Crimean Khanate rises once more. Once known to the wider world as Little Tartary, the Crimean Khanate has risen once again. Finally snuffed from existence in 1783 after the Russians marched to the peninsula and took Crimea for themselves. The Khanate stood for over 300 years before that with the aid of their Ottoman allies. As if history was destined to repeat itself, the Ottomans once again moved to tie themselves to the newly independent Crimea. And now, as if it were 1441, the Great Horde in Deshti Kipchak rises again from the ashes of their old civilization. With the Khanate restored, the Crimeans have reaffirmed their century-old alliance with the Sultan of Istanbul, and now together they lead the Crimean Tartars to greatness. From out of the pages of history and onto the Black Sea coast. So they must be friends with the Ottomans or something. Now we're getting some manpower up. Carlos, Spain. Ooh, the Spanish Civil War just kicked off. 3 more divisions. Spanish Civil War. Oh, I forgot to read that. Rise of the Sun. The situation in Japan has been ever critical since the Tsingtao Accord, muddled by numerous economic crises and unrest. Their ineffective response to the government intervention, or German intervention in China, led to the collapse of the autocratic Tanaka regime. However, the Empire of the Rising Sun managed to bounce back as a regional power limited to the reaches of East Asia. Today, Japanese leadership has announced a new plan to seize their spot amongst the great powers by force if deemed necessary. The news has already begun to reach Berlin, with the Kaiser and the Chancellery having yet to respond to the barefaced threat over their colonial holdings. Troubling world tensions raised by 6. Which is good for us, because once we hit 50, we can declare war. Hellenic Republic joins the Belgrade Pact. This is what we needed to watch out for, was the Belgrade Pact. But it also can be really helpful, because if the Tsardom of Bulgaria defeats them, we'll be in a lot better position. So, modernize the garrison's firepower, do a purely defensive force. Kaiserredux, one of the best mods out there content-wise, but I had never managed to play. It was always complicated to me, but nowadays I totally lost the base game too. It just bores me to keep track. Yeah, I will totally agree with you on Kaiserredux is one of my absolute favorite mods. You think you're getting old? Nah, I'll be honest with you. I have almost 1,500 hours in Hearts of Iron 4, and this game is incredibly hard to get into. Like, it's hard to learn. It's hard to figure out all the niche stuff that goes with it. Like, don't feel bad if you get lost doing this. I was trying to teach my buddy how to play overseas, and he struggled with it to begin as well. So, it's nothing that you're doing that's it's just a hard game to figure out and to master. The Argentina national state declared war on the Patagonian workers front. So, yeah, man, don't feel like it's something wrong with you. The game can get really janky too. So, Paraguay declares war on the Argentina national state, and there you got the Chilean-Argentine war. Tensions have been running high between the two regional powers for years. Now, as ideological differences drove the nations further and further apart. Support by Chile for the FOP in Patagonia and the incapacity of Argentina to quell the rebellion may have finally come to blows. Joint offenses by the Argentine army and Armada was met with heavy resistance on the Rio, with Chilean forces opening fire on the advancing Argentina troops. Excuse me. Had to take a swig of my soda real quick. We can go up to partial mode, which I kind of want. Don't need, kind of want. Bolivia declared war on Paraguay. Navy-wise, we'll be doing trade am I going to play EU5 when it comes out? Yeah, I will be. I'll be away for training the month it comes out, but I should be back, and then I'll play it on the channel. Probably gonna do trade interdiction, maybe fleet and beam, because we do have a battleship. But crew declare war on Ecuador. Gonna be at least at 50, and I need to have better troops than what I've got. Yeah, EU5 looks interesting. I'll be excited to see how it plays, because I've heard it plays way different than the older one. So we need to switch you guys over to infantry divisions. So I like that one. We're finally getting some infantry equipment. Let's see, but still don't have enough factories. I could buy some more guns, but I'll just probably keep building them like I am now. Really, if I could declare war on like Albania. Ooh, I can. Take 180 days. I also need to kind of wait for when Bulgaria, Serbia, and everybody goes to war. The Mozambique Bush War, though there are some that believe the old-fashioned colonial wars are a relic of the pre-Weltkrieg era. Recent events in Africa have shown that the man's thirst for battle on the Dark Continent is not in any immediate danger of abating. Growing tensions between German Middle Africa and the Portuguese colonies have degenerated in recent months from somewhat racial disputes involving little more than cattle raiding into open conflict in Mozambique and Angola, with colonial troops and their white officers on both sides vaguely waging fruitless guerrilla war that's sure to cost many lives. If they think it's worth it, and the United Mexican States declare war on the Pacific States of America. Fonte launches totalist coup in Patagonia, with war raging between Carlos Argentina and Chilean-backed Patagonia. A power vacuum in the capital of Puerto Medellin was almost invincible with most red soldiers away at the front lines. In an astonishing turn of events, infamous bandoliero Alfredo El Toscano Fonte and his varied merry band of mercenaries, misfits, and foreign anarchists seized the capital, declaring the spinelessness of the socialist government at an end, executing any remaining landlords and the elite en masse, whether they be truly capitalists or just socialists not to be trusted. While aligned with the few like-minded politicians left alive, Fonte's pseudo-anarchist faction of extremists has called for more harsher, promulgated war not only against Buenos Aires but against the concept of statism as whole. Is unknown whether Patagonia will survive the turbulence of such a regime change. Somewhat embarrassing. Oh. It makes them collapse. Really defensive forces done. We get some fighters. Start getting my economy up and running. Actually, you said Latin, so we need to do this for 250 days before we can actually take the focus. So let's do the Latin real quick. Puerto Rico declares independence. If you guys would like to read that, go ahead. This is talking about the American Civil War's fracturing even more. And Puerto Rico said, yeah, I'm not going to be part of that. So, I believe Mexico is one of the Pacific states. Passive sonar for my boats. Active sonar. Kingdom of Canada declares war on Puerto Rico. Oh. There you go, the Entente's at war with Puerto Rico. I am out of fuel. I forgot that my Navy is gonna suck all the fuel up. I need to repair my boats. My poor boats. Let's get you range improvements. That will justify war goals on Albania, and then what we'll do is come over there and we'll puppet them. And let them be the one world country again and rebuild their military. Totalist in the Bradia commune. Hello, Iki. I know Iki's your last name, but Rifki is your first name. How's it going, man? Totalist in the Bradia commune. As leader of the Bradia commune, Maximus Flexion and his recently elected head of state, Sabias Chandra Boys, gave a fiery speech to an electrified crowd in Kolkata today, promising that his new totalist government would do whatever it took to delay a death blow to the colonial lapdogs of the northern dominion of India and the decadent oppressors of the Western Princely Federation. He claimed that the Bradia commune would stand on its own 2 feet to accomplish its task and prove to the rest of the world that India is a force to be reckoned with. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. It is secure victory. In a surprising twist, Munamar Kaur Abdurrashid Khan takes the reins of Milli Itzoid, or national unity, following the victory in the Turkestan elections, pledging to restore democracy and Jihadism. His leadership marks a new chapter for the party and the nation. Jihadism is here to stay in Turkestan, it seems. So, that fellow right there is in charge. And they're beating the Khanate up. How much rifles do I have? I have 700 right now. I could get better Marines, so I'm going to need them here soon anyway. Let's see. Probably could create them, to be honest. Marines. These are absolutely horrible Marine divisions, but it's about all I can build with them anyway. I could do something like that, but how many of these can I have? A few. Build out 4 of them. first name's Rifki, and yes, everything's fine. So how's that said, like, phonetically? Because I don't want to keep saying Rifki, Rifqui, and be wrong, because then I'd feel bad. Better than nothing, we have submarines. That's true. Um, it's about the best thing I'll have. So, I could get these 2 military factories, which I think I'm gonna have to get, and then do that as well. Yeah, my Marines can hit Honduras and Nicaragua. Serbia declared war on the Tsardom of Bulgaria. So we were kind of hoping for this. The Fourth Balkan War, the countries were born in the Balkans after the Veltskrieg, Greater Bulgaria, the Titan of the Peninsula, united all Balkan lands and beyond. The kingdom of all Bulgarians were born with bloodshed and war, though defeating Serbia, Greece, and Romania in the Veltskrieg, a move that these 3 nations are bitter about today. This tension leads to the formation of the Belgrade Pact. This line of Balkan states has now declared war on the Tsardom, allowing the region into conflict yet again. Or throwing the region into conflict again. Will Ferdinand I save his nation from overwhelming force, or will his kingdom be divided once again? What's with the Balkans in war all the time? Belgrade Pact takes on Bulgaria. After years of recent hatred towards Bulgaria, the Serbian-led Belgrade Pact has taken upon themselves to destroy Bulgarian hegemony or the Balkans once and for all. Declaring war today, the Belgrade Pact marches towards Sofia with the intensive siege of both their lost and claimed lands from the Bulgarian nation. Of course, Bulgaria will resist fiercely, but whoever wins will not put the Balkans at peace either way, as proven many times. The final nail is being nailed. Everything is collapsing around me, Ferdinand I. With that, though, opened us up to naval invade Greece, or we can still do Hunan click to join the Northern Zili click, is we can knock out Albania like our plan is, and then it says message redacted, so if it was a cuss word, it'd probably be redacted or something. Constitutionalist America declared war on the Black Bolt Revolt. Let's do construction too. Red shirts march on Kabul. News from Kabul is the brutal reign of the bandit king Habibul Kalakani has finally come to an end following a failed purge against the ruling Pashtun elite. The murder of the prominent Pashtun chief had only served to strengthen resistance efforts of the remaining political forces still operating within the country. These desperate groups were able to form a loose coalition against Shahwist rule under the leadership of Abdul Ghaffar Khan and the Qadi Kidamatkar, known as the Frontier Gandhi or the Baka Khan. Khan is an avowed pacifist who has long been an advocate for social reform among his fellow Pashtuns and a fostering of unity among all Indians, both Muslim and Hindu. What's unique to Khan and his red shirts are their adherence to socialist teachings, a stark contrast to the traditionally conservative Afghan society, along with Khan's newfound allies in the nascent socialist parties within Afghanistan. Only time will tell if Baka Khan can bring forth his unique strain of socialism to the rugged Afghan mountains. Socialism in Afghanistan. So now you have the Union of People's Hiyagis. We need to keep an eye on this. Really, what we'll do is we'll attack Albania, get our war girl on Greece, knock out Greece, take Serbia, and Romania didn't join, so Turkestan took out Kiev. Good anti-tank, cool. Improved. We're gonna start doing some light tank, but we can't build it just yet. Just to have it researched at least. You guys over. Attento. Better submarine hunting. Research the depth charges. Western Command Center has capitulated in the U.S. Just call it Iki? Okay. I will call you Iki then. So. Alright, remove those guys up. You all put you on naval support in these 2 regions. Do not have enough trains. Russia announces her ambition. While many still view Russia as a failed state rocked by political protests and radical ideology, good for nothing but filling space in the east of the map, recent events have proven something different. The government of the Russian nation has announced their territorial ambitions, laying claim to almost all the territories of the former Russian Empire and making clear the willingness to resort to military force if needed. Numerous nations in the Eastern Europe have already reclaimed their embassies in Russia, and the world is waiting for Germany's response to this blatant attack on our sphere of influence. Russia is once again on the world stage. Get my Marines to jump off here. Get some army units to jump off here. Means I need to do this one. And foundation of the Baltimore Marines. Still got a while before that's ready anyway. We'll do Malta Dockyards, Malta Marines, then we'll do Reclaim Roads, Deus Vault, Restore the gains of the Fourth Crusade, which gains an annex war on the Hellenic Republic. It looks like Bulgaria is holding its... oh, never mind. They're losing. Losing parts of it, I should say. If it wasn't for Romania not jumping in, I don't know why Romania didn't, but... Oh, yeah. There's Flume under Nicholas Horthy. Admiralty. Monarchy restored in Greece. Oh. Alexandrus. Oh, after weeks of deliberation, the Greek government has decided to return the crown to King Alexandrus I, who was exiled in 1923 following the establishment of the Third Republic. While many consider Alexandrus unpopular due to the part he played in the surrender of the economy to Germany and Austria following the Weltkrieg, it was felt he was still the most legitimate ruler. The king spoke to a massive cheering crowd in Athens after returning for the first time in many years, saying that Greece had finally returned to the path it was meant to be on and vowed to work with the country's leader to forge a positive future. Interesting. It does change up some things. We can go with the... Oh, we can't. Never mind. Still have to go that way. Still have to do the restore the gains of the Fourth Crusade. Add a chief of staff. Artillery attack, infantry attack, a recruitable population. Probably going to have to do mass combat. I don't like mass combat as a school, but the recruitable population and the division attack is pretty nice for us, where we're so small. Russia took the Mountainous Republic. Sorry, the Russian Liberation Committee took it. Who's that? Ottoman military government? Oh, I see. You're for Armenia there. Guatemala declares war on the Salvador commune. Ooh. Get tongue-tied. Update my dockyards. Gives me a bunch more dockyards. Sadly, I don't have enough. Let me stop producing you. You are absolutely atrocious and cheap. So we're going to build a bunch of you. I just need more steel, which I can't get, so... Let's do the foundations of our Marine Corps. Get our war goal on Albania. Then on Greece. We can't declare war on because they're part of the Reichsbank. Range improvements for planes that I'm not building yet. Do production gain efficiency. Do range for our land-based fighters. I need to come down and also do the Maltese businesses because we can get research slots, naval dockyards, civilian factories. Guatemala knocked out the Salvadorian commune. Kingdom of Hawaii joins the Entente, which we might come over here and start doing the Marines. Boom, boom, boom. Or even Marines. Boom, 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 boom. Trying to think of what the best way to do this is. We really need to do this though. I need some real bad civilian factories. Not even to build anything of our own. Just trying to buy stuff. This does give us better naval invasion. So we're almost built enough rifles for these Marines. Support equipment. Could bet better Marines here. We'll need them only for this beginning time, so let's build up the Maltese economy.
Ordini.
First.
Attento. Pronto all'azione.
Here. 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 I'll do the 4th and 5th divisions. Here.
Pronto.
6th division. 7th division, and then we'll get my Marine Corps and force them. I don't know, getting a little bit of economy should help maybe. It's not even that the economy like is the most important thing right now. It's I have no civilian factories and I need steel. I wish this area had steel, but I just can't produce anything. It is something that is really hard with small nations like this, and it's always this. There's always a problem with just not having enough stuff to build things. But jumping will most definitely help me get down there. Because we're just going to puppet these guys anyway. Kaiserreich and Kaiserredux always gives you just the opinion just to pop them as puppets, so... Serbia's holding out. How many divisions does Serbia have? 4 to 21. I know you have 3 to 10, so you're even weaker than you were. Excuse me. Maybe even get a war goal against Bulgaria. If we go to war for Greece, what we'll do is we'll put our units here with Albania, and then we'll naval invade over at Patras. Or the Peloponnese here. Fangtang government declared war on the Beijing government. The 5th Zili Fangtang War. Tensions in China remain high since 1927, when the German intervention brought the 20-year conflict between the various factions to a temporary standstill. Over the last decade, however, both the Fangtang government in Manchuria and the Zili in Beijing have consolidated and built their forces. The stage is set for the most dramatic confrontation over 10 years. Whichever side emerges victorious, however, will not be alone. Japan and Germany still loom large over the region, as the land of the rising sun greedily eyes Germany's possession in the Pacific, and the victor of this war will no doubt have a part to play in the conflict as well. The battle begins. Filling up our economy.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signore. I'm gonna put you under... If you're curious, by the way, these make them Orders of the Malta Knights. These are police officers, the Malta Police, and then this guy is just a straight up general of some sort. So his promotion cost is cheaper. So we use you to naval invade. You two will be hitting Tirana. And the next two will be hitting the spot next to it. Need them to build their plans up quickly.
Pronto all'azione.
Yeah, Yes, this looks perfect. We'll get one more guy out. He should be just about trained. 96. I have this war goal till when? 14th March to January, February, so I got 1 month. Russian Republic declares war on the Russian Liberation Committee. The Shanxi clique declares war on the Beijing government.
Attento!
A lot of wars. So you, and he'll automatically assign himself to one of these fights. Get these 2 civilian factories. Once you guys are ready to go, we will be sending them on. You shouldn't join a faction. We should be able to completely dominate the area. I don't think these guys have a navy. They have a few destroyers. They do have 3 to 8 divisions, so we can roughly say they probably have 7, but hopefully they're not on the coast. So, with that, let's jump into war with Albania. Go. Okay, so they did have troops here, which is not lucky.
Sì, signore!
Let's help them with that.
Avanzate!
Oh, those marine divisions are stuck. That's what I was worried about. Now, if he moves away,
Andiamo!
we can move there.
Preparatevi!
We'll just keep attacking him.
Andiamo!
Oh, don't lose. I know you guys aren't very strong, but keep fighting. Keep fighting. Alright, perfect. So now we've cornered this guy up here. You trade for one more bit of steel. Let me get some equipment from somebody. Well, I'm pretty good on equipment, actually. It might be just cheaper for me to buy artillery. There's definitely steel. We can kind of see what's going on. Where are you guys? Because you're out of fuel. I don't care. It's Temche megaliths at Malta. All across Malta lies a series of prehistoric temples and megalithic structures built across 3 distinct periods: the Contagia phase, the Saflani phase, and the Turjani phase, ranging between can we afford war economy? We might be able to. Let me look through that war economy after I read this. From the smaller sites like those belonging to the earliest Ganjati phase or the Giantess Tower phase is based on the old Maltese myth that these sites were built by civilized giants, to the apex during the Tarxian phase that saw the largest and most elaborate of these temples complex being built. These structures are integral to not only Maltese history but to all of human history as well. As a whole, for those sites represent most of the earliest freestanding structures building groups of ancient humanity ever discovered. Although most Maltese nationals and international onlookers agree with our move to protect these megalithic temple complexes and burial sites, a small subset of Boris Pisani's futurists scream that these ancient relics only get in the way of true societal evolution and as much must be destroyed. Luckily, we don't have to listen to these nut jobs, right? Mark these sites as official treasures of the Maltese history, be protected and served. We gain 50 political power. Now we most definitely should be able to jump to war economy. Thank you for reminding me. So we're not actually losing. And this doesn't look good, by the way. We've got fuel finally coming in. They're actually hurting themselves more than they're hurting me with these. And as long as my Marines can hold, because they're forcing an attack this way, which is not smart on them. If I would have thought about it, I should have sent more troops to assist, which I should have sent the whole army, but I was afraid that if we failed, we've really been in a bad state because we wouldn't have any military left. I can commandeer some trains. We'll lose 5% stability, but we're gaining stability at a crazy rate, especially once we get reform. So I'm going to commandeer the trains because I might get some from the war. So
Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
might be able to assist. The Red Flood. Ignis Senius, Lithuania's most infamous impressionist writer, has recently published a new book, Rodonius Vons, The Red Flood, which has breached Lithuania's prison in literary obscurity. Much like the famous Ruplelas, Red Flood is a gripping impressionist tale about a love story between two young individuals in a divided country. What is most interesting is the setting of the story. The novel takes place in an alternate timeline where the Russians earn a Pyrrhic victory in the Russo-Japanese War. This leads to a chain of events that results in World War, where France falls to Germany as the Germanic homeland back east are engulfed by revolution, falling to a syndicalist regime. The French are not able to seize the opportunity of the weakness, as they themselves are toppled by Surrealist and avant-garde forces of the army mutinies, and French normalcy collapses overnight. Meanwhile, Russia is thrown into chaos as Kolchak seizes power, supported by the Black Hundreds, creating a totalitarian, ultranationalist dictatorship with a loose grip on many of the territories outside of Moscow's reach. Europe is soon embroiled into war once more, and Lithuania becomes the front line of the Eastern Front, a bloodbath between the Germans and the Russians, where even the strongest men perish and die in minutes. In the novel hints at a possible Russian breakthrough, as well as a naval invasion by the ambitious British Empire. The book's been critiqued for horrid descriptions of cruelty and war crimes, and Senius defends his tale, saying that something like this could have happened in another universe. The mad ravings of a starving artist, nothing more. Never know. Let's see, 98. Feng Jing took the Xingji click. That's it, it's 99. I'm going to tell you to stop.
Pronto all'azione.
You boys attack now.
Avanzate.
You assist him. Albania is captured. Take the Navy while I'm at it. What I could do is take off. Oh, I gotta take off. Firm and exit. Perfect. And now we got everything from Albania as well. You don't like us even more, so I don't care if you like me or not. What we will have to do is Fate of Albania, release an autonomous Albania. Albania becomes a puppet, and they change to our ideology. Okay. And the Northern Empress I'll also give to Albania. So the Greeks say it's theirs. Just return all of them. Not hardcore territory. At some point, we could always just take these guys back in. So, thank you, Kareem. That was a little bit intense because I did think we were going to lose some of our troops there at one point. I think they get a new focus tree. Guess not. So they can't do anything more, which kind of, they can't do that now. Did not win the election, so what we'll do now is edit you guys up. Give me some more infantry. Maybe support artillery. We do have enough. So that'll be what our infantry divisions look like now. Build a few more. Maybe 5 would be good. And we'll get ready for coming up wars. Russian Republic knocked out the Russian Liberation Committee. Wow, that was very fast. If you guys have ever wanted to play and you don't understand Mayos or you don't want to keep dealing with them, you can shift click and it will do them automatically once they get the ability to. Production efficiency gained, cost, breakthrough, and production. Make them a little bit more expensive, but our rifles will be the best rifles around. Service for sailors, get better economy. And then let's jump over here. Start doing the only ones worthy. Political power gain, division recovery rate, division attack. Would have been helpful during that war, but Georgia joins the Moscow, of course. That's why we kind of have to start hurrying up. My Marine divisions need to be ready to hit Petras. They also need to be ready to hit here.
Pronto, signore.
And you know what? We'll put one more right there. So we'll do the first and second Marine divisions will hit here.
Si, signore.
The fourth will hit the middle, and the third will hit Petras. Kyrgyzstan Federal Republic declared war on the Bukharan People's Soviet Republic. And then once we get my actual infantry up, we'll put some right here, and hopefully these guys will start to. Russian Republic declared war on the Azerbaijan People's Republic.
Formazione.
Take you.
Si, signore.
Want most of you to be here, but we will put some troops back here. Probably the 7th,
Pronto
6th,
all'azione.
5th. 3 divisions should hold them, and then we'll begin to train these guys up. Light tanks, chassis. Really can't do anything with the light tanks right now anyway. And yes, delocalize the economy in a certain amount of time. If we don't, we lose 5% stability. You know, I could just get 50 political power back and then jump back to war economy when needs be. I think I'm going to do that instead of losing my stuff. Entrenchment, attrition, no. Industrial complex, maybe. Let's see, army. Attack, that'd be nice. The commando doctrine, non-combat out of supply, reconnaissance, land night attack, supply grace. I think I usually go guns and butter, which is organization and supply consumption. Maybe the attack would be pretty good. We have 77 war support. Why demobilize event pop up? You have to be at war to have war economy, which is kind of stupid in my opinion. But yeah, it's at war. It's always, I don't know why they do it like that, to be honest with you. It's never made much sense to me either, but I guess since it is war economy, they don't want you to have it, I guess. So I will train up a few more Marine divisions, and I need some more rifles, so I go to the international market and see what they've got cooking right now. There's some Mausers from the Vatican. Yeah, I don't get oil anymore, it's fine. Equipment conversion rate. Gonna need the equipment conversion rate for sure. I am a little bit nervous because these guys, there are a lot of them. Serbia is actually quite strong. So, we need to hold out very well. Tito Fide, division recovery rate plus 3%, weekly war support gain plus 2%, division defense on core territory plus 6%. That's super strong, by the way. Division or war support gain plus 10%, 2% each week is really strong. Russia took 11 states. Georgia took 1. Azerbaijan is annexed. We got to knock out the Ottomans before Russia gets a hold of them. Reforming the Maltese language is done, so we no longer losing 15% stability. We're at 100% stability. Colombia elects a leopard as president. As the Colombian elections come to an end, it's been clear that the Leopardos have gained the majority. There appears, however, to already be a split in the party between President and ex-General Carlos Cortez Vargas as some major party ideologies. So far, small occurrence might lead to a bigger one. What they all seem to agree on is that the decaying and dying paternalistic attitude of priests and cardinals in Colombia is from the backwards and not forward thinking. As such, they aim for further state-church separation, strengthening Catholicism in the heart of people by distancing it from politics. What's clear is the Leopardos have a certain new future from Colombia in mind and hope to change the country from its decaying state into a modern power. Will these leopards prove as such or just oversized kittens? As long as the socialists are not in power, so they are the greater Colombian authority. Who's national populace? CNTFA's not winning, but they're not doing good. Yeah, I don't like it as the same. I think it's kind of dumb myself. Though you get good benefits from having it, but I don't know why they take it away from you like that. We could do better special forces, which might be the way we go. Army fuel consumption. Well, I really need naval fuel consumption because the Navy's what is draining my fuel right now. The light hull. So yeah, we'll do anti-submarine because I need that light hull production cost. Probably didn't need it right then, but... And let's do... Naval Doctrine. Heavy cruiser, light cruiser, destroyer, sub. You don't even have... Destroyer. This is destroyers here. This is subs. This is subs. Destroyer, you don't get a bonus till down here. We'll do Fleet and Bean. I know you might be thinking why I wanted to do Fleet and Bean. Greece does have a pretty sizable navy. When you can take it, if you can take it from them. They have 3 battle cruisers, 1 battleship, 19 destroyers, some other things. We do have to be a little bit careful. Guatemala declares war on the Socialist Republic of Honduras because we might not get the naval supremacy that we need. So Nicaragua declares war on El Salvador. This is why I moved most of my divisions over here. Thank you. I need you guys to stop wasting my fuel right now. These guns should be down delivered. And then I should be able to get more fuel. How long will you guys take? The 3rd of August. That gives me plenty of time to build up, to go through my focus tree here, so. Reclaim roads. Finland joined the Reichspakt. Really, be nice to get these couple of fighters for this war. Or let's do the Holy Tongue revitalized so we get the, we really don't need it, I guess. The research slot and this one right here. Maybe get our economy running just a little bit better. Trying to kind of wait and see if Albania will make at least a few divisions. I really would like them to. They got a good amount of trucks. They've got a good amount of everything else. So they do not have a good amount of manpower though. And if needs be, we can invade right here at the Ionian Isles. but it's kind of useless because we'll have units there already. So, the fall of Atlanta, Black American forces have been pushing towards the constitutional American Republic's temporary capital in Atlanta. For a while now, reports now coming in the captured city by advancing troops. Yeah. There you go. The Black Belt Revolt has succeeded. The American Unionist State under W. Lee O'Donnell, social conservatives, civic states are pushing very hard. The last order, the Order of St. John, is the only existing order of the Catholic Church that can trace back to the Kingdom of Jerusalem. In fact, the Order of St. John is not even is not the only existing. In fact, the Order of St. John is not even the oldest crusading order still in existence. However, the Order of St. John is the only order that is worthy to restore the torch of Catholicism to the Holy Land. We are the only ones who are willing to stand up against the Turks and take back what is rightfully ours. In truth, this gospel is our mission, must be shared with the entirety of the world. All must know that the Knights of Malta are worthy and willing to do all that is necessary to reclaim Jerusalem. For if we do not, who will? Long live the order. Gain 25 command power. Yes, there is a Knights Order still around. It's the Knights of St. Lazarus. They are still a Knight Order. You can actually join them if you want. It just takes money. Uruguay wins the World Cup. Turkestan took 5 states and beat out the Bukharan People's Socialist Republic. Very nice. Good for them. Actually, I had thought about joining the Knights of St. Lazarus, but I did not want to spend the money on it. Improved infantry equipment. I would like to come into my navy and do... Oh, that's a way ahead of time. We'll do this one to make my escorts a little bit better. So, Bulgaria is holding, just not very well. I lost territory to the Ottomans. If I could take out Greece and Serbia, then I can knock out them. Really, I should just finish up my military. Let's reclaim Rhodes. Conflict over Rhodes. Actually, we'll do this one. Better torpedo attack. Turkestan Federal Republic to throw on the mountainous Kyrgyz Republic. Turkestan's getting pretty big. What I want to do, I know this sounds gross, but we're going to improve relations and do the same thing we did with Sicily. Diplomatic pressure of the Ottomans. And we're going to build a spy factory, or a spy network. Actually, we can just both diplo pressure them. Few Sicilies. Yeah, you're helping the Carlists. Could justify a war goal on you guys. You only have 13 to 14 divisions. Yeah. It's just fine. If I can knock out these guys as well, we'll be set. Indonesia declared war on the Dutch East Indies. Knock out Greece. Indonesian national revolt. Indonesia has been one of the oldest European colonies, coming under the rule of the Dutch government in the 1800s and the rule of the Dutch East India Company far earlier. The state of affairs may not last much longer, however, as amid a background of growing I think they actually made the pact on their focus tree for non-aggression of the Ottomans. That land was always in Ottoman hands since the war starts. I could be wrong though. No, I think you're right. If they become friends with the Ottomans, they do lose that territory. It just makes me want to take it more, you know. As a religious crusading order, I don't like that. Technically, most of this land is probably Orthodoxy, but we want it all for Catholicism. Drive out colonial forces declaring the beginning of the Indo-National Revolt. Though the rebels face deficiencies in equipment and training compared to the Dutch, they have the advantage of fighting on their home terrain against the enemy, which must supply its forces from 1,000 miles away. Whoever wins Indonesia will be changed forever. Another blow to the European powers. So hopefully these guys are about to be done. My army Serbian army is marching west. the Russian Republic's declaring war on the Far East Cossack Republic. Oh, okay. So Russia is declaring war on these guys. Russian state in the Far East has finally erupted into war with Petrograd regime. The first clash has already broken out in the morning, and now under the Russians are killing each other. Nonetheless, it'll be a long road for Grigory Semyonov to cross if he wishes to reach Moscow and Petrograd. Only time will tell the victor. This means Russia won't move around over here as much. I am slightly nervous that my units are not good enough to hold back the Serbians, but we might be okay. I also want to... How long will this take? 60 days. The fall of Batavia. The center of the Dutch East Indies has fallen. The city's been under control of the Dutch since 1619, rising to become the jewel of the Dutch Empire in the regions. Its proclamation from the Peleste Kungpensland, the Dutch East Indian general in charge of the occupation, attempted to reassure the local population, promising that no harm would come to them. With the fall of Batavia, the ability of the Dutch East Indies to maintain control of Java and other islands have suffered a severe blow, perhaps permanently. Only time will tell if the colonial forces are able to rally and regain control. The East Indies shall have a new master. 260 days. Yeah, we'll do that. My fleet a little bit better. Russia, the Republic declared war on Alash Orda. Oh, I lied. They're just going to keep splitting their forces up. They're probably not worried about these guys, to be honest. Oh, there's the first Albanian troop out right there. Thank God. I was a little bit worried. Some more of these really junky division, or not divisions, but these really junky destroyers are out. I probably will only build one more of those, because they really are bad. They were just kind of like a stopgap thing. Don't need as many trains built now. I do want to start producing stuff like this. Let's do reclaiming roads. It's 35 days. What are you guys looking at right now? 97, 156. Yeah. We'll see if they'll let me get it. Put you all under him. I don't think I got any trucks. No. Did not get any trucks. When we took Albania. They now have trucks being produced, but they didn't when we were coming in, so. I really wish I could help these guys with this, but Our Finest Hour. British politician and former Lord of the Admiralty Winston Churchill has published a new book, part of an emerging genre known as alternate history and concerning the Great War. The story takes perspective of a young British soldier returning from a victorious Gallipoli campaign amid a world radically different from our own. In this timeline, Theodore Roosevelt and his Bull Moose Party wins the 1912 American presidential election, leading to an American entry into the Weltkrieg and an Entente victory. A defeated and partially occupied Germany is gripped by constant economic and political crises, witnessing the defeat of the whites in the Russian Civil War, and is cooed by a bitter and extremely nationalist Admiral Dressler. He leads the German Workers' Party, who follows the ideology of people's socialism, an extreme version of Volksism combined with the menangering of leftist influences. The novel ends beginning of a three-sided war between Dressler's New Reich, the Western Entente led by the dominant British Empire, and a Soviet Russian led by Sergei Kirov. The book has divided critics, with some praising its attention to detail, while others criticize it for the large flaws in historical logic. Churchill has commented that something like this could have happened in another universe. The most curious criticism, however, came from Germany itself, with the publishers of the book accepting responses from the German establishment. The overwhelming amount of letters addressed to Lord Churchill come from the fringe political figures, but the leaders of the rabidly nationalistic faction within the SPD, Paul Lunch, and various leaders of the Austrian Deutsche Arbeiterpartei criticized the book for supposedly mocking their ideas of Volksgemeinschaft, the literary mirror of Dressler's People's Socialism. What's even more surprising is the two strongly worded responses came from the people Winston Churchill never heard of, those being the leader of the Bavarian branch of the DAP, Adam Drexler, and Konrad Henlein, leader of the Deutsche Hemfren Front in Bohemia. They accuse the author and publisher of using their personal information for a negative character, directly seeing a clear connection between his surname and that of Adams. Will Henlin alleged that certain editions of the book modeling the drawing of Dressler of his official photos. So far, Lord Churchill has refused to comment on the accusations, with the publishing house noting such attacks are ridiculous and unfounded. What a childish fantasy. These Marine divisions are about done. We could do naval bombers. Argentina National State took 9. Socialist Republic of Chile and the boundless ranges of the River Plate were annexed. Oh, you know, this is the first time in a long time I've seen Argentina actually win the war as the nationalist populace. So, good old France sitting here. Do a little ahead of time on those rifles, get them researched out so we can start making better rifles. Ooh, most of my divisions
Ordini?
headed north, which is really not where I wanted them to go.
Attento!
I'll move one more. What's 8? I think 3 should be plenty enough to hold. These are mountain. One's mountain tiles, one's a hill tile, so.
Ordini?
The Marines, we jump in. Balshamar. Start of the Third Boer War. Resentment between the Dutch and British colonists in South Africa have been brewing under the surface ever since the end of the Second Boer War, with the former mostly pursuing South Africa's divorce from the British Empire, while the latter seeks to keep it as close to it as possible. Renewed conflict was perhaps unavoidable from the start. Leveraging the majority among the electorate, the Afrikaners have declared South Africa an independent republic under the leadership of Dr. D.F. Ballin. The English-speaking provinces of southern Rhodesia and Natal soon after declaring their loyalty to the empire and secession from the republic. As the battle lines are being drawn, an Entente intervention appears increasingly likely. Can the British finally pacify South Africa permanently, or will the Boers recover their freedom and independence they had given up in 1902? We'll see. Keep an eye on it down there, though I don't really care that much about it either direction. Hopefully the Ottomans give me roads. We are quite friendly with each other. Not having much hope, though. Trade. I do need to trade for some oil from Middle Africa, so I can get my fuel up. A stronghold in the eastern Mediterranean. Through subterfuge and careful landing, we managed to seize roads without substantial losses. Maltese saboteurs and engineers successfully penetrated roads, old fortifications under the nose of the Turkish sentries, disabled antiquated coastal batteries that surely would have prevented the main landing force from entering the harbor. This daring and well-coordinated operation not only neutralized the immediate threat posed by the coastal defenses, but also allowed our main landing force to establish a foothold on the islands with minimal resistance. Maltese forces quickly secured key strategic points within the city. With the element of surprise on our side, we have gained significant advantage on the ongoing battle for the control of roads. The siege of the island has opened up new opportunities for our operations in the region and boosted our overall strategic operation or position as we consolidated our gains and established a firm presence on roads. Our focus now turns to fortifying our position and preparing for potential counter offenses from the Ottoman forces. Gains core on the Dodecanese and command power -10. That's Cyprus. So Rhodes is right here. So we took Rhodes right here. Nice. It's actually kind of useful. Occupied forces. Don't want militias. I want the cavalry. Yeah, we get a core right there. Cool. Doesn't offer me anything but some manpower, but we always use manpower. And then Deus Volt, which gives us naval invasion capacity +2, naval range factor +20, Finnish invasion support +10%, and war support +5%. Very nice. Cool. I would like Crete, but they some reason never joined the reunification. They stayed German. Russian Republic declared war on the Turkestan Federative Republic. Yeah, Alasha Order's gone. The mountainous region's about gone. Sad time for them. Yeah, if we can knock out Greece and Serbia and Bulgaria and these guys, boy, we would be set. Leave a small garrison to fight up here. Keep the Pope as a puppet. Keep these guys as a puppet. Greece will probably be a puppet at that point. And we will knock out the Ottoman Empire. We need to do it for this. And then into the world. So once we're done with these, we can do into the world. We can buy stuff in the Mediterranean. Once you finish this, so you take Jerusalem, Crete, Sicily, Suez Canal, Sinai, Jerusalem, Haifa, Transjordan all became cores. Then you can do any one of these, which we know as the Kingdom of Jerusalem, or the Emperor of the state shall be reformed in the first empire of Outremer, a higher cost of integration. Well, other holdings shall be given to revived Crusader states. Restoring the faith. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys when we get up there if we wanted to revive the other Crusader states or just become the Empire. We're doing Deus Vult right now. Knock out Greece. Savo capitulated. We're going to knock out Greece, 2 Sicilies, Bulgaria, Serbia. Tearing down the facade of the New Sons. The influence of the ever-elusive New Sons of Malta over Maltanese affairs in the past have resulted in the near-endless stream of delusional conspiracy theories gaining traction. These insane theories claim that these New Sons have been secretly influenced global politics, linking them with everything from the Black Monday stock market crash to the attempts on the Russian president's life. While these claims have been proven false by both endless paper trails and basic common sense, there's still no shortage of nutcases who still believe the influence of the Sons go far deeper than previously thought. These people have successfully lobbied the Malta police force to dig deeper into the New Sons conspiracy, raiding and seizing their abandoned headquarters to finally get to the truth of the so-called conspiracy. While these theories were originally overjoyed by the formal investigation, their curiosity had returned to dismay. As the truth of the New Sons has emerged, the cold hard truth is that the New Sons were nothing more than a disorganized band of hooligans whose success in freeing Malta from the Iron Cross can be attributed to nothing more than pure luck. The little influence they held outside of Malta can be attributed to a stunning web of incompetence within the Upling 3B and the German police. But the myth of the all-encompassing conspiracy around the New Sons can be safely disproven. There's no shortage of deranged ruffians who will continue going off about the true depths of the conspiracy. Somewhat embarrassing, we get 5% base stability. Deus Vult, and then we will restore the gains of the Fourth Crusade against Greece. Probably can get a few more divisions trained up. Let's see. Okay, so we run out of artillery then. And we're not producing much artillery, or we're not producing any artillery at all. So we need to drop some production on there. Peru and Ecuador. The good thing about this small group is we're pretty much doing really, really well with almost all of our focuses are positive of some sort, so if you get your intelligence agencies working, you get a better buff. You're fighting them. Go to support equipment. I need research, recon. Recon's important later, especially if I start building cheap light tanks, so we can use as recon tanks. Excavation 2. Let's do MP units. We will need those at some point. And we've saved up enough. Speed, attrition, breakthrough might be really good. Org is really nice as well. I think I might do org and supply consumption. I don't have enough to jump over to extensive I'm sorry, war economy, right? Oh yeah, I do. It's only 100. So when we go to war with Kingdom of Greece, I will have enough to go. So you can get nothing right now because I don't want to give you anything there. You, on the other hand, can get charismatic, which is recovery rate. You guys can go, though, the moment you go. Equipment conversion rate. Let's see. Could research paratroopers. Let's do better engines. Restore the gains. We'll start doing these ones. And let us go to war. Call Albania. You go, you go. You boys be heading this way. But you'll mostly be holding for right now.
Formazione.
Avanzate!
Avanzate!
Got to see, I was afraid that I wouldn't have. So I am afraid I wasn't gonna have enough naval experience or naval projection to do this, but
Avanzate!
stop attacking.
Prendete la mira!
On the defensive.
Comandi! Pronto, signore!
The Ottomans under siege in the Middle East. So here we go. The Sultan of Egypt declares war on the Mustafarit of Jerusalem. The sick man of Europe, also known as the Ottoman Empire, is fighting its last breath against the Sultanate of Egypt and many of its neighbors. The Egyptians seek the Sinai, the Arabians the coast. The Persians westward expansion. The Ottomans are fighting what may be their last battle to many, and if they lose, it could be possible that the Ottoman Empire will formally dissolve, ending the centuries-old empire. How sick really is the sick man? Hopefully very sick, because I am going to go fight with him soon. War in the desert, Republic of Iran declares war on the Ottomans, and Syria declares war on the Ottomans. There's the Cairo Pact. Look up the war economy. Rebellion in Yemen. The Wolf Creek caused tremendous damage to the already struggling Ottoman Empire. Large sections of the Arabian Peninsula were cut off from the Sublime Porte's rule. For years due to the secession of the Arab Revolt, all that's the same. With a peace with honor, the Yemeni vilayet was soon to be extended and brought back under the Ottoman rule, at least in theory. For many years, Yemen was mostly run its own affairs, with the Sultan gaze fixed firmly on its own domestic troubles. With the conflict erupting in Suez across the Holy Land, Yemen has once more been cut off from the bulk of the Ottoman army. Taking advantage of this opportunity, combined with precipitable weakness in the Ottoman side, the Ottoman has publicly declared the creation of a new independent kingdom. The Great Syrian Revolt. This over here. So I was a little bit worried that we wouldn't have enough naval projection to do this.
Formazione! Formazione!
Immediate declared war on the Ottomans. Oh, the Greeks are pocketed right now.
Sì, signore! Ordini? Continuate ad avanzare!
Well, Athens might fall, actually. Not really gonna have to go to war against Bulgaria. Yemen.
Attento!
Cyprus declared war on the Ottomans. Hejaz. Ooh. Camera flick. Hejaz. Cairo access to 7 rebellion.
Sì, signore!
Sultanate of Hejaz and the Ottomans ended hostility. Kingdom of Greece is capitulated. Over that. Let's do this.
Pronto all'azione! Ordini?
Rush back across. So we gotta go to war with these guys. And they're 6 to 19 divisions. And what we could do, truthfully, is take this one division of cavalry,
Pronto all'azione!
put them under their own general. This guy. Do area defense here. And you might be like, why are you taking him away? So, a trick you can do to kind of cheese the computer is if they see
Sì, signore! Sì, signore!
like a possible naval invasion, they'll attack. Like, so Palermo. Right, these are all open. So they might naval invade, and then you can move your troops over.
Pronto, signore!
So what we'll do is take, like, the 12th, 9th, fallback line up here. Careful not to do Bulgarian War Gold Pass if you're going to go to war with Sicily. I have it going, but still has over 100 days left on it, so it's still a few months. The fall of Chicago, Minuteman Militia has been pushed towards the combined Syndicalist of America's temporary capital of Chicago. Okay. Prepare the war will soon be over, so the American Union State is winning. They don't like us. Miss Arthur likes us, but I mean they don't have to hate us. And really, I could send them an attaché and make buku's amounts of army experience, though they will not accept. Improve a little bit of relations with them. Fall of Beijing, American Union States takes 4 states. Combined United States of America takes 4. Combined Syndicalist of America was annexed. Are we taking Jerusalem? Yes, we will be taking Jerusalem. The fall of Detroit. Once this big war over here is done, Jerusalem is going to be ours. We're fighting the long front right now, so we've kind of we're cutting through Italy, we're cutting through the Balkans, and then we're gonna cut down and we're gonna take everything. All of this will be ours. It's gonna be up to you guys though whether we remake the the realm of Outramir, the Holy Empire of Outramir, or if we return the Crusader Kings. I kind of like the Empire idea more, but that's just my opinion. My goodness, they're still at war, right? You see how many troops they have stacked up against us right now? Alright, so Sicily. It is time for war. I think the Papal States is, yeah, guaranteeing their independence. Yes, unknown Deus Volt. Oh, potential allies, or potential enemies, the Papal States, yes. Albania wants to join war. I'm going to say no. They don't want Albania to,
Mantenete le distanze! Avanti!
be naval evaded when we're fighting. Like I said, I'm hoping that Palermo will be destroyed. Tal's, or they land here at Palermo. The AI is really good about that. Yeah, so we have got 0. So
Pronto
I think might
all'azione!
move 2 more divisions over here. Oh, they went for Valedia, which is my capital. They might be going for this one right here. So we just kind of have to watch.
Comandi!
Or they'll just be coming right for my capital.
Formazione!
Drop all of these divisions out. Killing the focus. See, lose some convoys, yeah. Well, at least we've got division defense on core territory now better. We can do anti-air with forts. I was really hoping they'd go for Palermo. United States, Mexican States joins the Third International. You know, the AI never wants to do what you want them to do, so. What you want? Argentinian national state joining the Reichspakt. Oh yeah, Larry, there goes that division. The destroyer. Nice, juicy Palermo. Mozambique Bush War, though there's some that believe that the old-fashioned colonial wars are a relic of the pre-Wells Creek area. Recent events in Africa have shown that man's thirst for battle on the Dark Continent is not an immediate danger. Do I plan on playing the Warhammer 40k mod? So, I'll be 100% honest with you, man. I love Warhammer 40k. I've got a bunch of the figurines. I've got a bunch of the games. Warhammer 40k is one of my absolute favorite little things to do. One of my little hobbies. I do not care for the mod for the game here. I don't know what it is about it. I just have not cared for it since I've had it. I've tried to play it before. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's necessarily good either. But it's just my thoughts on the issue. I might have messed up.
Mantenete le distanze!
Armenia joins the Accords.
Ordini! Forza, forza! Sì, signore! Avanzate!
I know that horse division's about to go. Hopefully these other ones are... Yeah, there they go. Now they're in defense of the island. So. Syria's capitulated. Lost some more destroyers. Just too worried about them being naval invaded from the backside when my entire force is trying to protect them. Whoa, Serbia has broke through against the the Tsardom of Bulgaria. Come on, Bulgaria, seriously? Cheap crap is that? Radar projects.
Comandi. Prendete la mira.
Doesn't look like we'll break through right there. I think I clicked the wrong one. Alright, so we're protecting Valedia now. Let me do better reconnaissance. The Balkans always look like a mess. The Balkans are always a mess. Like regardless of what game you play, wherever you want to play, it's always the Balkans that are horrible to fight in.
Pronto all'azione. Prendete la mira.
And stupid Bulgaria can't understand that I'm not justifying on them right now, so they're guarding against me when they lose their capital. So and now the Sicilians don't want to naval invade any of my ports. I can't afford to move any of my troops over here and fear that I'm going to get naval invaded over like Tirana or something. Oh, but they're going to take the Dodecanese. Whatever. It's not like I can do anything about it. Getting some good army experience, so that's for sure. I can stop improving, and I can send an attaché. Gives me more war support, and it gives me a bunch of army experience. Look at that. Look at that crack it. Yes, thank you. It's also because I'm fighting, but I must have lost the Dodecanese. Yep, the Papal States.
Ordini.
Infantry equipment. Yeah, I'm not gonna gain that one. Thanks for the stream. I needed to sleep. All right, Cream. Hey man, thanks for hanging out, playing with me, or helping me play. Hope you get some good sleep, brother. Radar projects. Do the Petulia Bellicai Vertusius. Maltese garrison perfected. We get plus 2% division organization. Organizational while moving, negative 4%. Army organization regain plus 3%. Special forces attack and defense plus 5%. Max training plus 2%. Own combat with negative 3%. Special forces minimum capacity plus 2. And supply grace plus 1 hour. See you later. And my general's sick. Of course he is. Sophia fell again.
Formazione. Attento.
There we go. Have a Scheme of Fire Rises mod. So, yes.
Ordini.
I've played it. And it can be very fun. So we're gonna leave Palermo over there. It's fun. Yeah, I've never beat it. I actually struggled to play it when I first played it. Because I was like, wow, this is really, really hard.
Pronto all'azione.
this is not a cheat strat, but a way to do this.
Avanti!
Is to allow them to get their units stuck in.
Avanti! Avanzate!
Just pin them right now, please. Do superior firepower, which is usually what I always go with.
Fuoco nemico! Prendete la mira! Avanzate! Fermatevi! Avanti!
Mania. I would love the rifles from you, buddy.
Pronto all'azione!
But I can get rifles from you.
Ordini! Pronto all'azione!
Ethiopia, party for more Eritrea. Yes. Eritrea revolts.
Pronto all'azione! Ordini! Ordini!
Might be wondering where all my manpower lost. When I lost Palermo, I lost all my manpower.
Comandi! Ritirata!
Tributical. Alright. Do into the world. Let us do the Holy Tongue restored, so we speak Latin now.
Pronto! Pronto all'azione!
Oh. I think that was the only chance we had to retake Palermo, to be honest with you. Easily retake Palermo. We're gonna retake it anyway, but might have made a little oops and daisies.
Pronto! Ordini! Formazione! Avanzate! Sì, signore!
My Marines are pretty good, so should be able to
Pronto all'azione!
maybe sacrifice that division's life. Russia has beat the Far Eastern Republic and the Kazakh host. The fall of Vladivostok.
Continuate ad avanzare! Pronto, signore! Pronto!
Now we're gonna have to fight for that
Prendete la mira!
territory.
Avanzate!
This might be a godsend, actually.
Avanzate!
Need Bulgaria to do a little bit better over here.
Attento! Avanzate!
Can't allow Palermo to fall.
Ordini!
What we want.
Comandi!
But with what I just did there, these guys have lost some units, and these guys have lost some units. So all this is about. It's just losing units. Germany proposes a single currency. In the light of the consequences of Black Monday, the German government has come up with a new proposal to rejuvenate the continental economy. In order to meaningfully increase and simplify commerce and trade across the Reichspakt, they proposed that the German currency, the mark, should become the accepted currency in all Middle Europa, renamed formally to the Europa mark. The proposal is modeled somewhat after the Zollverein agreement between German states in the 19th century, which, among other things, established a standardized system of currency exchange pegged to the Prussian mark, although its reach and ambition is far greater. In many German subject partner states, the currencies are tied to the mark already, so the actual impact would be relatively minimal. How would we respond? We get more factory output. Always said, oh, blimey, surely not. We just gain political power. So factory output for political power. I'm just gonna say no. No, thank you. Not interested.
Non fermatevi! Sì, signore.
Don't need that. Definitely need cannons. Take back Palermo.
Fuoco nemico!
Poland joins the Belgrade. Why would Poland join the Belgrade Pact?
Pronto!
That makes absolutely
Pronto,
zero
signore.
sense.
Pronto!
Tongue immortalized. And we can do this, which gives us research speed and a research slot, which is very nice.
Preparatevi!
Like we'll be beating that one out.
Pronto all'azione!
Oh, no.
Pronto all'azione!
Get back. Bunch of idiots. This Palermo will probably be invaded again, actually.
Sì,
I
signore!
want you to sit on Palermo. Palermo.
Pronto all'azione!
Not that low on infantry, but it is.
Sì, signore! Pronto, signore!
Thought this was going to be an easy fight. As you can see that I was very, very much wrong. Come on, Serbia. For Bulgaria, please. I think I
Attento!
overestimated the
Ordini?
Bulgarians winning this one. I invite you into what faction? No.
Sì, signore! Ordini?
Cultural Renaissance done. Let's do the monthly population.
Pronto.
Engineer companies we can't afford. Back to the capital again. Giving me much room to breathe, for sure. Shouldn't have bit off more than I could chew. I should have focused on one or the other. Ukrainian state equivalent on the Kingdom of Poland. Oh, well, it actually helps me out quite a bit. So,
Comandi. Sì, signore.
Serbia is called. Yeah, now the Reichspact's at war with them. So.
Formazione. Pronto all'azione.
That capitulates. Oh, they hate me. So. This ultimatum, after months of low-intensity skirmishes and diplomatic gameplay on the German-French border, the two behemoths are poised at the edge of potentially the most brutal conflict mankind's known since the dark days of the Weltkrieg. In a shocking escalation, the Communist government in Paris openly demanded the return of the German-controlled Alsace-Lorraine, seized from the War of 1871 by the victorious Reich. Fluent in international norms, a single squadron of French planes flew into German airspace, dropping thousands of leaflets detailing their grievances, much to the chagrin of the Reich's general staff. Such actions are sure to outrage public opinion in Berlin, and even how mobilization efforts are underway. At this point, it seems unlikely that a second Weltkrieg can be avoided. The world is unprejudiced. Russia intervenes in the Weltkrieg. Russia declares war on Germany, and so does Paris. The world is at war again. The Kaiser is at war again. Libya. That might mean the Republic of Italy. The Russian boost march west to Germany. Russia is seemingly recovering. The second Weltkrieg has started. Not good for me, but...
Ordini.
Uh-oh.
Prendete la mira.
We finally lose that space up there.
Prendete la mira. Formazione.
Get you guys out. Italian Civil War resumes. The Italian Federation declared war on the Socialists. The Kingdom of Sardinia did as well. Okay. Just can't accept anything because it just gets sunk. anything. Most of these guys are probably not going to make it back, but you I can. Gonna be worth it. Sorry, Albania.
Forza, muovetevi!
Get the Cairo rails done. Albanian exiled officer agrees to join us. Fall of Warsaw. And there goes the Kingdom of Poland capitulating. Got some of our troops back. Germany declares war on Lithuania. Oh yeah, there goes the two Sicilies. Revolt in the Reichspakt, which means it's talking about those guys losing, so maybe we can finally start to win. It's the two Sicilies. Even if I can't take anything from the two Sicilies, oh well, I just lost 5 of my light destroyers. No. I just would like to puppet the Pope, if anything. Maybe the boot. Supply runs. Naval dockyard.
Ordini?
Lithuania has been defeated. Unity parade. Army experience. Oh, that's actually pretty useful for both of us. Daily exile manpower. Take that. Cool.
Comandi.
Yeah, we might send me some rifles into the French. Oh, they just ruined all the convoys that I had. Fall of Rome. Yeah. Naples will probably fall. My agent has been captured. Austria intervenes in the Second Weltkrieg. Austria declares war. Alright, so that should mean fall of Dublin. You guys are also at war with Serbia. Germany's at war with Serbia. No? I have 1 civilian factory available. Empire Japan declares war on Deutsch-Ostend. German-Japanese war. The East is under siege.
Attento.
Tell me one division is going to hold up an entire army. Come on, boys. I've only got 10% wars participation against these guys. I guess, yeah, you got more. Diversify the harbor. Expand the Great Harbor. A nationalist coup in Bolivia. Republic of South Africa joins the Reichspakt. So it's weird. These guys joined the war, but they only joined it against the communes. I guess it's not weird, but I thought they joined the Reichspakt.
Pronto all'azione.
Please, come on, please break across. Madagascar wants to move their... I don't care. It's a very poor showing on my part towards the end of this one. The island capitulates. More of my convoys are sunk. I think I got a little too big for my britches. Nationalist government declared war on the left Kuomintang.
Comandi.
Oh, they broke across finally. Holy sh! Good golly almighty. Doing long enough. Not like it's gonna do anything for our war support against them. We're also gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do against Greece, Serbia. You that ruined it. States capitulated. I'll take their fleet. Firm. Got some fleet, which is better than nothing from the Papal State. Sadly, I couldn't take it. It's what I wanted to do. I had to hope. Finally, I've got some submarines. You all split up under... I like this guy. Ooh, there's Giuseppe. Joseph Bonello. Carmelo Zara. Alfred Borda. Cisco. I think I'm gonna do Giuseppe. Just like the name. No, I like his photo. We're gonna put you on convoy raid.
Comandi.
Adds a synthetic refinery. Be very nice for us.
Attento.
Portugal, Greece, Middle Africa are done fighting. Looks like Middle Africa's falling apart. Yep. Mahu Mahu declared war on Kenya.
Attento.
Serbia and the Tsar of Bulgaria have made peace. It's alright, because I'm coming for Greece here in a little bit. Once I can rebuild my armies. Bulgaria joins the Moscow Accords. The BRSDP SS takes power in Bulgaria. Alright, I can just avoid them, so.
Pronto all'azione. Pronto, signore. Comandi.
I would like at least one of these buildings. There.
Ordini.
She aimed at Athens. So they take Naples.
Attento.
Economy for tourism. There's a poor showing on our part. Oh. Who's lost? Oh. Yeah, there goes Middle Africa. Africa's broken its chains. I thought someone had lost the war. I was like, my God, it's a little early for them to be losing. Wow. Look at how much you have to put through there. Oh, the Ottomans did lose Jerusalem, so now we're going to have to go fight against the Cairo Axis. Naples is holding on by just a little bit. Out nationalist government took 26 states. National Revolutionary Government and the autonomous region capitulated. You telling me they're beating back out of Naples? That capitulated. Now I've got 2 battleships. And Egypt's declaring war on Germany. There we go. Come on. I'd say we'll have to fight on that one, though. I'm going to at least argue with you for it. Maybe I'll argue for this one, too. Don't think I can argue anymore. No, but... Pass, 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 pass. Pass, 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 pass. We will take all of their fleet. And I don't think I can pass anymore. Nope. Permanent exit. Okay. It's actually quite worthwhile doing that because I've just gotten a fleet that can now kind of push back on on the enemy, so submarines go under him. Split you all up. Up there. You all. They. Now I just have to hope that they don't declare war on me right away for having no territory. I will start asking for handouts. Max speed, stability. Do have a lot of political power, so rifles, please. Artillery. Oh, you hate me. Fate of Southern Italy. Release 2 Sicilies as a puppet. Release 2 Sicilies, but keep Sicily as a puppet. No. The Parnaiopian Republic. I don't know who that is. 2 Sicilies or the Parthenopian Republic. Oh, we can just release the 2 Sicilies. Parthenonian Republic. I'm wondering what that is. The Parthenon is the ancient Greeks, so 2 Sicilies. Well, the 2 Sicilies are a monarchy. We're a monarchy. The Republic, I'm not sure what they are. So I would be interested to see. Wait. I'm just gonna save Scummit real quick, boys. And ladies, if there are any. So I'm just curious what these Neapolitan oh, the Neapolitan. Dig greedily and dig deep. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. It's the Mafia? I, I, I don't know what that did. That was worth doing. I think it might have been better just to... That's what I was afraid of. So let me jump back to you. I think if you have anything that they can take, they'll declare war on you, so... we could release the 2 Sicilies as a puppet. I think that would be the better choice.
Formazione.
All of you railroaded up there. Probably won't even make it in time. Germany wants to supply their vehicles. I'm fine with that.
Formazione.
Just one government declared war. Let's see, Finland, Lithuania. Just can't afford to get convoys from that far away.
Ordini.
How are you still not an infantry leader? 99%.
Ordini?
Basic armor protection. Got done with the tourism there. So now we can do the salvation of the Maltese economy. Let's see. Steel. From Sicily's, please. I have so few factories. This has been a challenging game for sure. I've made quite a few oopsie daisies. And I really need you guys to start using your manpower. Send me 1,300. There has to be somewhere else around here that likes me enough. Maybe Austria. I'll just improve relations with Austria for a little bit. So I need you to go in here. Chief of the air, Chief of the Navy. Screen attack, submarine, convoy production, capital ship. Let's do screen attack, Air Force. Ground support attack factor, Army. Let's do... Or I'm sorry, this is the military high command. Let's do the special forces attack for my Marines. You guys aren't special. Oops, that's not what I want. Marines, support artillery, engineer companies. The Ottomans like me still, right? Oh yeah, hey. I'm gonna take their stuff to turn around one day and beat them up. Ethiopia to be the Sultan of Somalia. You're gonna give me some convoys. Oh, thank you, Two Sicilies. Nationalist government declared war on the Fang government. Second Sino-Japanese War. Li Zongren. To 41. Germany's not getting pushed back too bad right now. Well, they're really beating Russia up. Well, I'll let you guys prepare while we're sitting here. No reason for y'all to be hurt right before we go into battle. Over to South Africa. Let's see. What's their legitimacy? Oh, army leaders mostly. Can't do anything until these guys are sitting here. I've got to watch out. Salvation of the Maltese economy. Well, there's a pretty massive Greek fleet right there. I'll put you on strike force. I think you guys can beat them. see. So we're doing this. We've done that. We've done that. Finish this. Into the world we go. Little power. Alright, you. Destroyer leader. Cruiser captains. Put you back on naval invasion support. I have 0 manpower. 260 lease canceled. Division designer. New templates for my 2 Sicilies. What do you guys look like? Oh, sweet goodness gracious. Don't have anything that I can make. You are just a little too expensive for me. What I could do is cheese it. Get 7 of those built up. Albanian officers, your fight's not over. And I can just go around and bum off some equipment from everybody. See, I can really use some more equipment into the world. Push Malta's bound, which gives us war support. What we want. Changing government. You don't have any problems, dude. No. We don't have enough steel. Oh, I need cowboys for it. Yeah, of course I do. Cruise anti-air. Not building it yet. Oh, there's a naval invasion there. You give me convoys. Give me 14 convoys. You're so nice. So now I just need you guys to rebuild your military, please. United Front forms. See, Southern Republic for one of the Pacific States. Now we're at war with the Italians.
Attento!
I'm worried about this, so I didn't move my troops off of here. This tile will help.
Ordini?
Call it Petrograd. The Russians are not having fun.
Pronto all'azione!
Ooh, military factory, one civilian factory. The only who? The Mongols declared war on the Mongolic. Push Malta's bounds. We gain a claim on the states of Western Thrace and Samaria. We can start claiming the Mediterranean. Well, I'll be honest with you guys. I think I'm going to end the stream. It's been 4 hours of us streaming. Had a lot of fun doing it. There's a lot more to go on. Might have to restart this stream for a different time because I've really messed up on this one. Then we might have to try again some other time. So hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I had a lot of fun doing this. And I'll see you all in the next one.